sorry. Okay. We recalling or you already recalled?
You should call it again.
Recall it because it's the beginning of a new transcript.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know if you had started without me. That's what I'm saying, sorry. Okay, the item we are discussing is 2019-66 BZ, 15 Terrace View Avenue, Manhattan. This is a continued from the morning calendar.
And we're going to start the afternoon calendar in a little bit. We're going to take a break right after the morning calendar, and then we'll start on the afternoon calendar. Don't see the members of the public yet. Okay, now. I still don't see Mr. Merdler on. So
Jello, maybe Jello can reach out to him.
yeah, let's try opening this up, putting on the announcing that it's open to the public. Oh, one person called in. Okay, so I see one. No.
So this is open to the public. It's the, if you want to call in, it is 646-558-8656. Zoom webinar ID number is 967-2494-4993. And the passcode is 356894. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your hand by pressing *9. And if you've called in, it's *6 to unmute.
Right. Anyone who's already in the Zoom room want to speak on this application?
Which is 15 Terrace View Avenue.
Right. Please raise your Zoom hand if you want to speak on the application. I think there was also the community board representative was on the prior call.
Well,
Yeah,
that's Mr. Murdler,
Charles
isn't it?
Murdler.
No,
That's
someone
Mr.
else.
Murdler.
No, someone else from the community board. It said community board something.
Yes,
Oh.
Miss Laura Spalter is the Bronx Community Board Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Murdler is chair of the Land Use Committee of the Community Board.
Right. So do you have access to contacting them to remind
Yes.
them how to get in?
Yes, I'm gonna, I shared with them the agenda, but I'll send a link specifically for this.
Okay. I see one phone number. This phone number with the last three digits, 205. If you're calling about the Terrace View hearing, yeah, so you've been permitted to talk. The person who called in 205, last three digits, please state your name. Oh, and if you want to unmute, *6 to unmute your phone. *6 to unmute your telephone. That made it go away. Sorry, this is what always happens when we have these transitions to the afternoon. It's a little bumpy. We lost that phone number again.
Is the 10 a.m. thing a little confusing, but it's a continuation of the 10?
Yes. Yeah, that might be confusing.
Yeah, Jolene brought that to my attention, but I was like,
Yeah.
but it's a continuation of the 10 o'clock. That's why.
Yeah.
But the number is still the same for the 2 o'clock.
That's true.
Yeah.
How much more time we should give them. So could we do something that's a little bit out of the kind of abnormal? Let's, and if they call in while we're waiting. So again, I see some new names showing up on the panelists list or attendees list. If you want to speak as a member of the public on this Terrace View application, then please raise your Zoom hand. There's no phone numbers in. So let's do this. Let's go back to the team, see if they have any questions. And in the meantime, if any member of the public calls in, public, please do call in on this Terrace View application, phone number 646-558-8656. Zoom webinar ID number 967-2494-4993. So let's go back to the team, and Mr. Goldstein, do you want to add anything?
Nothing at this time.
Okay, so how much time will you need to respond to our comments?
Probably 2 months.
2 months, okay. So, so how about this idea? We just say we're done with this testimony. Stay tuned, Mr. Goldstein, just so that you can listen in case there's anyone calling in. We're going to take a 30-minute break because this board has not had a lunch break, and come back at 2:45. If in the meantime, well, we'll come back at 2:45, and that's all I can think of. And if the members of the public who wanted to speak on this end up dialing in later, we'll kind of open it up for them to speak, and that'll be in the record. Okay, we'll kind of recall the case just for the public to speak on this in case they end up calling in late because they got confused about how to get into the afternoon session.
Okay, but I'm not gonna have my team wait around. I'll just.
No, your team doesn't need to, just you to be aware that there might be, you don't necessarily need to be on, because obviously we'll let you know if someone does call in, and then you can listen to the recording, okay?
No problem.
Is that all right? Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right, thank you very much. Apologies, everybody, for the,
And I would just add one thing for the record, that Mr. Mordler mentioned that we didn't do the notification. I have the receipt that it was delivered to the community board on February 22nd.
okay. Well, you know, maybe the issue is how often the people are there at the community board and they don't get mail, or who knows? I don't know. Anyway, it should be emailed as opposed to only snail mailed, right? Because who knows who's actually going to the offices.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right. So we're going to come back at 2:45.
Mr. Merdler just joined.
Oh, he did. Okay. There he is. All right. After we talked about that. So Mr. Merdler, we're allowing you in to speak. We didn't see the community board chair dial in this time. So go ahead, unmute yourself.
Mr. Merdler, please unmute. *6.
No, he's,
Oh, I'm sorry, he's in the room. It's
I
not
am.
on.
I am on mute.
there we
Okay.
go.
Proceed to speak, Mr. Merdler.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, and please forgive me. Let me deal, if I may, with this parking issue. The parking issue has to be dealt with on two levels. Let me first point out that at the last meeting, you, the chair, invited the applicant to communicate with the board on expressly that issue. To this day, not one telephone call, not one letter, not one hieroglyphic has been received in response to that. If it were, what I'm about to tell you would have been communicated and we could have worked on it together. And it is one of the two reasons that I am personally quite offended by the applicant's approach. As a member of the MTA, we took a look at a number of sites in Manhattan with which you are familiar, raised by reason of two issues. One, the city has an affirmative policy of trying to avoid traffic in the downtown Manhattan area. That is the policy. That's the bike lane policy. Polly Trottenberg tried to implement it as best she ably could. The second is congestion pricing, which is still very much on the table. And the theory was, and I believe it to be accurate based on the traffic studies we had committed, that people from Westchester County and above would drive into portions of New York that were convenient, would park their cars, and then seek mass transportation to avoid the charges of congestion pricing. One of the sites was this one. Why? Because, as Commissioner Senate very carefully pointed out, this is a somewhat unique site in a very different way. It faces the Riverdale Kingsbridge area at the bottom of the slope, and it faces Marble Hill, which is otherwise isolated. Thus, if somebody had parked in this garage with an elevator going up and down to take them, a passenger elevator or otherwise, he would have been able to take the New York Metro North Station at the Marble Hill site. He would have been able to take the number 1 subway train. He could have taken any one of the buses, and with the advent of East Side Access, would be able to commute to any part of Manhattan, East Side or West Side. It was attractive for that reason. And for that reason, that uniqueness is something that we were going to work on with them. They chose not to do that. That was their judgment. They figured they'd prefer to flip and just get this thing done this way. The second issue on the parking is the following. Commissioner Otley Brown is 100% correct in her assessment of her neighborhood, our neighborhood. The difference is by reason of the location of this site and by reason of the parking concerns and the congestion pricing and other concerns, it takes on a whole new dimension because the whole traffic pattern of New York is about to change. The third reason is one that I think is particularly apt. We pointed out last year that they had not even commenced discussions with the U-Haul people who own the property at the bottom of the hill. And we said, how do you know this isn't speculation? Do you even have a letter of intent? Have you even had the first conversation? You are now months and months later, and you still are working on speculation. You're still being asked to buy a pig in a poke, if I may. Next, parking. With respect to Commissioner Otley Brown, she views, as I view, from the Riverdale side, from the U-Haul side. But if you view this community from where the people in that community live, not one of whom has communicated to the board support for this proposal, I might add, not one. If you look at it from their standpoint, and if you look at the photographs I took and submitted on the initial application, you will find how people on this block, Terrace View, park. They park on the sidewalk. They park on the sidewalk because A, there isn't enough room for two cars to pass each other, or barely so, let alone an emergency truck in the event somebody parks next to the sidewalk. And do you think that that will not be exacerbated with either an R5 or an R6? Of course it will, unless there's parking provided. And if parking is provided, why don't they go full tilt and do a parking thing, which we would work with them on, because it's in the public interest. And so we have parking playing its way across the board, positively and negatively. There is another aspect of this that is really important, and that is the one that Commissioner Shabeta pointed to, and that is scale of that community. On this portion of Terrace View, it is predominantly low scale. It is people living in single-family homes. There are some private housing. It was that was a prime factor in discouraging the community board from recommending this site for affordable housing when the issue has come up more than once. It would not be in the interest of the people of that community. The taller the building, buildings that are out of scale, that are disproportionate to the kind of living that people have there, is not something that is either contemplated by the zoning resolution. And parenthetically, and not to blow my own horn, I was the first buildings commissioner to have to interpret and enforce the zoning resolution. The zoning resolution never contemplated destroying communities, and this would be a first step in that direction. And that's why the community board has been so incensed and focused on this point, and I thank you for your courtesy.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. I'm just looking to see if there's anyone else from the public who may have called. Oh, yes, Ms. Spalter actually did join. So please, Ms. Spalter, when you can hear us, please.
No, that's fine. Mr. Merdler covered everything for me. Thank you.
Okay, great. So if is there anyone else in the public who's in our, there's some in our Zoom room who would like to speak on this? If yes, please raise your Zoom hand. And that's the call-in information for it again, 646-558-8656, 967-2494-4993 is the webinar ID number. And this is the Terrace View application. Yeah, Vice Chair Shonda has her hand up.
Thank you. The question I have is for Mr. Merkler. When the site was being looked at for MTA, parking space, what was the amount of parking that was being considered that could be accommodated on this site, and using what system?
I'm not, is that question directed to me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm not quite sure what the Vice Chair is directing her comment to. The MTA did not focus, at least those of us on the board of the MTA, must add the MTA formally never focused on any of these sites because it would have publicly conflicted with the positions respecting congestion pricing. Nobody wanted to flush that up at the time, nor do they now. But the issue that those of us who looked at it focused on was the likelihood is great that people will, coming from certain parts of Westchester and beyond, will need 50 to 100 spots coming down each day, perhaps more. And they will probably look at two places. One is to connect to the A line in the Washington Heights Inwood area, and the other one is ours. Those are the kind of areas where you can do something. Now, they will otherwise go, and this is what terrifies the Manhattan people, is they will either go to 72nd Street on the east or west side, or 96th Street, and really mess up those neighborhoods. And that's what's bothered people there too. Those who are willing to avoid the Manhattan congestion and pay a couple of bucks are going to do the Bronx. Those who are not are going to go down to Manhattan.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that understood? Commissioner Shanda?
Yeah, so it was not a very definite site. It was just one of the many sites that were being considered.
Yes, and the other sites that were considered by those of us who looked at this stuff were issues that would come up in terms of cost. For example, if you go to the Manhattan site and you're coming out of Westchester, you're facing a toll, in all likelihood, on the Henry Hudson Bridge. You're not going to go down to the Broadway Bridge to get over because that'll just add to the time delay and the cost. So what you did was we looked at what sites could make sense. And it was at that point that the community board started to factor this in. I called it to the attention of our folks, our planning folks and the like, to see if we can consider how best this can be used for the advantage of the community.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, I mean, I think in terms of the parking, it's not like it's easy to gain access to this site unless you're allowed to go into the Kennedy School. The Kennedy School has a bridge, but you have to go into the Kennedy School in order to get to it. So unless, and this site doesn't have any direct access from the lower level to this level without getting some sort of a deal from U-Haul, which it doesn't have.
That's my point, but you do get access if you have a deal with U-Haul to come down Riverdale Avenue and just pull right in.
Right. So that's the problem, though. And unfortunately, the variance process does not allow us to demand they make a deal with a neighbor, because there are other situations where we wish that they would make a deal with the neighbor, and there's nothing we can do to force it. We can deny an application, I think. Arguably, there is some case law on that, where a deal with a neighbor would obviously change the whole story, but that's very rare, and it's not clear what our authority is really. Okay, so I don't think we have any more testimony on this. Any last minute comments from anyone? Okay, so Mr. Goldstein, any last minute comments on this?
No.
Okay. So then we talked about, thank you, Mr. Merdler, also for your testimony, helpful. And we talked about 2 months, right, to submit?
Yep.
Okay. So then, thank you. So Mr. Merdler, 2 months to submit means that we will be looking at an opening on the calendar in approximately 3 months from today. So
But I asked for an express direction on the record that we get a copy of 2 weeks from their papers 2 weeks in advance. I hate not to put papers in time.
Okay, so I think when you weren't on the call, when you were still dialing in, we directed Mr. Goldstein to send the application materials via email because we're not really clear on what's going on in your board office. So he's going to email it to you as well, okay?
Very well, thank you.
Okay.
May I say 2 weeks in advance? Would that be possible?
So it should be emailed at the same time. Our submissions are due 3 weeks in advance of the hearing.
That's
So
fine.
it should be emailed 3 weeks in advance of the hearing simultaneously.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. All right, everyone. So for real this time, it's 2:30. We're going to come back at 3 to begin the afternoon session. Oh, well, run outside and breathe the air.
Okay, we'll see you at 3.
3. Okay, if everyone could come back, please. We have all the commissioners, so we can start, and we're not, we can start recording it. Just a second, Tony. You can, there we go. No, not, there we go.
Not yet, not yet.
No. We can start recording, who's ever hitting their, oh, here we go. Okay, we're recording.
Good?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for March 9, 2021, 2 p.m. session. This is only a review session. There is no public testimony during the review session. The first item up is zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 29, 2020 73BZ, 2500 Park Avenue, the Bronx.
Right. There was a site search submission that was made by the school itself again, which was what was done before, and not by a broker who helped them with the search. This case has similar issues to another school that we've been looking at, where sites that aren't suitable at all or weren't even for sale were included in the list. For instance, one of the lots on this list is 2,500 square feet, where the school need is for 90,000 square feet. I think kind of going forward somehow, we need to, for this type of backup, we need to figure out another way of approaching it. It seems that by the time the schools come to the board, they've forgotten what they went through to find the ideal site. I wouldn't be surprised if they looked for 10 years before they found their ideal sites. And so, then they have to sort of back into their history. It's only in kind of, I don't know, maybe schools with a lot more money where someone on the board is a broker or something like that, and they go out on a search and they have a ton of money to spend on the site that they can give us that detailed backup. But I'm open to hearing other suggestions for how we might make this easier for schools to establish, because it's strange to have to kind of back into the answer. The project was revised to respond to many of our comments. There was a February 24th, 21 site plan submission. I'm curious, was that supposed to have superseded Z002 in the complete plan set? It isn't clear, but there's more information on that February 24th submission than on the February 18th submission of this drawing. So there's Jella's hand up. So there's the answer to that question. Yes, Jella.
No, I don't believe it was supposed to supersede it. I think it was just supposed to incorporate everything very clearly for DOT.
Oh, so that was a DOT response.
It was, but I also asked them to submit it for the board because I thought it might be helpful for you all as well. So,
Okay, but we can only have one site plan. So if that one has more information, that could become part of the set, right? It's
Yeah, I believe that was their intent once it's reviewed by DOT, that they
Okay.
will they will include it in the set or amend, make sure they match somehow.
Okay, thanks. Okay, just a second. Just a second. All right. Although we don't yet have DOT review of the proposal, the sidewalk has been widened in front of the school along Park Avenue by 5 feet, which reduces the width of Park Avenue to 25 feet. So DOT, and I'd like fire department also to look at this. Because we'll also have buses and cars dropping off in front of this. There's a maneuverability diagram at attachment 1 to the drawings at figures 4 to 7 that actually don't show a school bus parked at the curb and the ability of large vehicles to pass the parked school bus. It's only showing car sizes parked and cars passing, with the exception of, I think there's, yeah, and that's even in the case of a fire truck and a truck. So, you know, I'm not going to make the call on that, but I don't think DOT and fire department were provided with actually all the data, because there will be school buses dropping kids off and picking up and sitting there for however long that is, 20 minutes or something. So, thankfully, the middle school is now shown entering and departing from the main entrance with the impressive lobby and a wider sidewalk. And I don't know if any changes have been made to the drawing since, but nonetheless, based on what I've reviewed, the high school entrance is unchanged and is still as measly and sad adjacent to the trash room. And the kitchen entrance, where I'm imagining, you know, kitchen workers on a break, hanging out in this strange little kind of passageway on the exterior, having a cigarette, and that's the formal entrance to the high school. Sad, beyond sad. And there's a claim on the narrative that that high school stair is now wider and you no longer pass the trash room, but actually the plans don't show any discernible difference between the last submission and this submission, except for changing the facade of that portion at that fire stair to glass, which is probably not permitted since it's a fire stair. We've actually looked at this kind of question before. And the glazing in a fire stair is really, really restricted. Very, very expensive glass that has to be provided, fire glass, basically, right? So, and the entrance was in the prior version in the same relationship to the door to the trash, bike room, and kitchen as is now shown. So actually, there is no change in that back door entrance to the high school. And I just have to say, because this is sort of maybe a debate between me and the architect on the project, I just don't understand this architectural attitude to students who should feel proud when they come to school. The long tradition of the great New York City public schools at the turn of the 20th century was about pride and place of learning, not to mention the fact that students being sensitized to the arts, like this school is focused on doing, they learn about architecture from their experiences with it. And this access at the trash room will teach them that the semiotics of entry and procession and honor are not important when they very much are. The subject is actually the very first thing you learn in architecture school: procession, entry, the importance and nobility of a public building. There is most certainly a solution to this issue, but you have to want to do it and be willing to view drawings as mutable, which of course they are, since they're only drawings. So in addition, I have concerns about this location for other reasons, that the trash pickup operations and possibly inadequate bike storage area will block the fire egress and any access at all to the high school. So the bike parking area, which is right next to this entrance to the fire stair, basically, is small. And if you have it's very small. And if you have 700 students, let's just say whatever the actual statistic is, 25% of them bike, just to throw out a number, right? There's no way that room is adequate to handle all of those bikes. So you'll have kids like kind of throwing the bikes up against that area so that actually you won't be able to even get out of the kitchen through that door, or access the trash room through the door. And not to mention, now you have a fire stair there that's potentially blocked by bicycles. So there, for me, there's an enormous amount of problems with that as a design issue. The explanation for not widening the sidewalk with interior plan changes as opposed to widening it into Park Avenue, which I don't personally object to if DOT and fire department are okay with it. But that explanation for not widening, it actually ignored the comments by Commissioner Shanda last time about moving the locker rooms and toilet rooms to the mezzanine level, which would permit the widening on the interior of the building along the west wall. And in terms of the chevron bracing that's being used as the argument for not doing that, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on chevron bracing, but what I do know is that structure is often located on the outside of a building. And there is this phenomenon that I believe was invented in Bologna, Italy in the 12th century called an arcade, has the structure on the outside of the building. And then you can come into the sort of arcade area where the students could hang out and then enter the building beyond the arcade. So I'm actually not buying the bracing argument, because there's certainly a way of treating that as an arcade. And we see that done in a lot of contemporary buildings, not to mention ancient ones. However, as I say, if DOT is okay with the widening into Park Avenue, that's not an issue for me, except to say that relocation of the toilet rooms and locker rooms from that floor to another floor is an option for freeing up access to the high school with a better entry condition. So for example, you could move the middle school to entry to the area where the locker rooms are and have the high school enter through the main entrance, as an example, because I thought it was a really good suggestion. And actually, one of the things we were looking at was this idea that if they're saying they don't have enough room to upstairs in that mezzanine level to move the lockers and so on there, because they have to shift around some other functions, there's also the reality that this is only a 7319 application and not a variance, and that and this board would be willing to entertain, I would be willing to entertain a variance that allowed more construction in the rear yard of the building, because there's one section where they're doing these kinds of steps into the rear yard portion. And if adding floor space into that rear yard, then I think perhaps a rear yard waiver on 1 floor, 2 floors, whatever, might cure their issues. And from my perspective, it doesn't have any impact on the neighbors, because the neighboring buildings are all manufacturing buildings built full to the lot line, so you don't actually have impact. Noise attenuation information was removed from the terrace at the 5th floor on Z10. So I didn't understand that. What's the plan? It was removed from the terrace at the 5th floor on Z10. So I didn't understand that. What's the plan for that? You need to have noise attenuation. Maybe they're waiting to hear from DEP. I don't know. Attachment 1 to the drawings includes a site plan related to traffic flow and parking. I like them to explain the parking restrictions that apply Monday midnight to 3 a.m. There's these little signs there and I don't understand what they mean. So you, on the attachment 1 to the drawing site plan. And also, is there somewhere in the drawings more information on the height and relation to street grade of the protection from the major Deegan, other than just a note on the plan? In other words, a section through that so we can see how tall that protective barrier is. And yeah, because otherwise it's just a note. And I know that ultimately it's, I suppose, DOT or maybe state transportation who's responsible for installing this. Maybe, I'm not sure. But still, to understand how effective it's going to be in preventing students from kind of jumping over the fence and trying to take a shortcut home right over the major Deegan. And with respect to, this was a concern I had about the creepiness of streets at night for after school students. I went to school in a manufacturing district, and I can tell you that it was high school, and it was creepy coming home at night. So, so they have something called the Safe Walk Home program. I'd like to understand this better. Does the school have experience with this program? Do kids actually admit that they feel unsafe? It seems like you need kids to admit they feel unsafe in order to kind of operate the program. And so they have to admit they feel unsafe and then reach out to others who are not their friends to be companions to walk home. Recollection of high school days, no way that I or any of my friends would have admitted we felt unsafe or reached out to kids we didn't like to walk us home. And also the assumption here is that other children are the protection against threatening situations on dark, empty streets. I recounted it this morning about why I wasn't allowed to go to the United Nations school, because my friend and I were walking in a neighborhood where we were sort of accosted by a homeless person. We didn't function as like protection for each other. You know, we were 12 or something. So I'm curious about the idea of putting all of that responsibility on other kids. Why isn't there some sort of setup for adults who are associated with the after school program to escort kids out of the kind of creepy area at night, which is sort of what I remember was done with us in the after school and after dark times. So after dark is just 4 o'clock in the wintertime. So those are my comments. You know, generally this is a fantastic project, but these are sort of some little bumps to clear up. So Vice Chair Shanda. Oh, sorry. I just want to go through the environmental, which I always do. So we have sign off on the hazmat. DOT, of course, is still open. Air quality and noise are still open. Noise readings were supposed to have been done at the end of February. I don't really know what happened with that. Tracy, go ahead.
Sure. The noise was just submitted. They did the readings and it's currently under DEP review. Yeah. And we also we have a air quality. We received a tech memo this afternoon addressing the board's concerns. They did some air monitoring and they showed that there was no exceedances. This was outside of secret protocol, but the board had asked for that.
Right. Just curious, how much NO2 does the secret protocol allow a person to inhale?
You can read the tech memo.
I know, it's just curious because we obviously had that experience with one school where it was, what was it, 4,000 times the allowable or something like that. But never mind.
I didn't know if the board wanted us to send this tech memo to DEP. Yes, okay.
Yes, please.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vice Chair Shanda.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I think if a variance would make the design even better, I definitely will be supportive of it. This is a really well-designed school to start off with, but for its few little constraints that it's trying to do its best on this site. and also being very mindful of the neighborhood that it is in and trying to accommodate a better pedestrian access way and other safety measures. So yes, I provided we do not take more time, because time is an issue. So that's the other thing. I would want to put that caveat there. So if anything can be done with just an application and revision and some modification, that's it, provided we don't have to do anything else more to it.
Right, so we had already explained to the applicant that we could just fold this right in, and they wouldn't have to make a whole new everything. I'm pretty sure we said that. So Jella, go ahead. Before we go to Commissioner Otley Brown. Is that it?
Can I go to the
No,
end?
one more comment.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Can-
okay. Yeah, you can go at the end. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to say? Okay.
Yeah, finish.
I also hope that DOT would consider the sidewalk widening adequate and not require the building to set back any further, unless it is through a 7221 that we can provide some accommodation. And you know, I think otherwise all the pedestrian analysis and everything seem very reasonable and thoughtful. I have no additional comments, waiting for DOT feedback. Okay.
Thank you. Jella, do you want to go now, or you want to wait till the end after all the commissioners have spoken?
I can wait until the end.
Okay, good. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I only have one additional comment or question. When you look at the school safety plan for pedestrians, the students, they're encouraged to avoid the side streets when they're arriving and leaving the school. And they suggest that they should approach via 138th and Park, or 138th and 3rd, and then 135th and 3rd. And those are the large streets and large crossings that they should use. However, when they talk about their crossing guard placement, they have a crossing guard at 135th and Canal, 135th and 3rd, 138th and Park, but nothing on 138th and 3rd. And I was just wondering why.
Okay. Could it be that one of the intersections is viewed as like state of the art? That was some kind of a concept that they talked about, state of the art striping and signal timing. It might be that. I don't know. Except, which one is it? 138th and 3rd? Is that what you said? 138th and 3rd? Yeah, okay. Okay, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shavetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'd be supportive of them moving for a variance, as long as we can expedite it as quick as possible. I think this is a great project.
Great, thank you. All right. Oh, now go ahead, Jill.
Oh, I just wanted to let you all know that FDNY is still, tech management is still reviewing this application. They're getting a variance for their rooftop access. The number of openings are going to be less than required, but FDNY needs to sign off on them, but with reviewing the plans for that.
So they're reviewing, okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so so that's tech management. I don't know if that's the same thing. We can ask Chief Daly during the public session to comment on, or let's say, to see if he's taking a look at the road width, or can have his department look at the road width. Okay.
Yes, that part wasn't discussed. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay, all right. Tony, you can move on. You're muted. You're totally muted.
Sorry. New cases, item number 30, 2017-145BZ, 241 East 59th Street, Manhattan, the special permit.
Yeah, so it's a legalization of a special permit for a yoga studio. We have proof of service of initial application to officials. There's also proof of notice of hearing to officials and a posting in the lobby, but I actually didn't find proof of service of notice of hearing to neighbors. I don't know if this is a misunderstanding of This is not a regular applicant before us. I don't know if that's a misunderstanding about how notice to neighbors works. They were supposed to have notified within that radius. Who's the project manager on this? Please take a look at, that's Daryl. Please take a look at the submissions, and if they have proof, ask them to submit it right away. Call the applicant and ask them to submit it right away, okay? In addition, Community Board recommends approval with 1 opposed and 4 abstentions. We have 1 letter in support. We have DOI, but we do also have a letter of objection from the fire department. Says the proposed occupant load has not been provided on the plan submitted or on the Schedule A. These premises are protected by a fire suppression system, a sprinkler that was last inspected in October of 2017, and the permit is current. These premises do not have a fire alarm system as stated on the plan submitted. An application has been filed with the fire department and to date has not been approved. We respectfully request copies of the filed fire alarm drawings, which I think were just submitted. I didn't really understand what I was looking at, but I think I just saw them submitted. This fire department requests a copy of the filed fire alarm drawings to determine if such system is required for these premises and the physical and the PCE. Okay, so that's the letter of objection, which maybe fire department will be able to respond to, because I think they just submitted the filed plans for that. Okay, Vice Chair Shandell.
I just had one question, and that is the cellar and the mezzanine space, if that is accessible to patrons, because from the plans, it wasn't quite clear to me if that is ADA accessible. And if it is to be used by patrons, then I guess unless they went to mayor's office to get a waiver, then that should be provided.
Right, or they have to offer the equivalent on the floor. One of the
Right. Yeah.
Right, and I'm not even sure. So, if it were, let's just say it's a yoga studio, so it's probably unlikely, but let's just say it was offices down there. So not for patrons, but for employees. They're not allowed to have that inaccessible unless they also have offices upstairs and toilet rooms upstairs and all of that sort of stuff. Unless, as you say, they get a waiver from the mayor's office. Okay.
With regards to the sign, the applicant is using the former movie theater marquee for sign, though on the elevation it is shown as 75 square feet, because I'm not sure how would one measure the sign, because it's not a flat signboard. It's a marquee. It kind of sticks out 8 feet into the side, and so it is 3-faced. So the signage is on 3 facings. So I think the analysis, I'm not sure, this is the part I'm not sure how the sign analysis would be done in that case from DOB's point of view. So best would be to have a note there that, it's a grandfather, so they're just using that sign. So
add a note, DOB to review or something like that?
Yeah.
No, okay. DOB to review.
Yeah.
Signage for establishment. Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you. That's good to have pointed out. Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown?
No additional questions.
Okay, Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I haven't seen a firm map submitted like usual with similar cases. I'm not sure, I didn't see the DOI.
Yes, we have DOI. I think it might have been submitted late.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
It was submitted to yesterday.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. That's okay. That's okay. And I didn't see a description for the building in the statement of facts.
Yeah.
Whether this building has residential in it. I did read through it, but I couldn't see that. Violations. Do you need to like describe the violations, if any?
Yes.
And some of the drawings are not legible. If you want me, like, say which one I could open and tell which one is not legible, but
So it's
you
not
have to give
legible.
me a moment.
And they're not legible because it's in the PDF, and just to let the applicant know, we're looking at PDFs, and if it's not properly converted to a PDF, then often we can't see the drawings. You have to check them before they're submitted.
Yeah, if you can like open the drawings and you look at the page 5 of 8, for example, of the PDF, this is the proposed first floor plan.
Mhm.
If you, when
Five.
you zoom to the, yeah, you can see what is written actually.
Oh, right. So that's what ends up happening. The text is mushy. Right. I don't know why that happens.
That might be because they scanned it and then they translated it into a PDF. If this was produced from the CAD, I don't think it should happen.
I agree. So what they
But
may,
that gives me the impression,
it's scanned.
it gives me the impression that they scanned the paper version of the drawing, and then they probably had the Acrobat read it or remember the text or something like that. But
Right.
if it was produced from the CAD, it shouldn't be like that.
Right. So, and thank you for pointing out those other issues. You have anything else on that?
No, thank you.
Okay, so I do want to point out observations from Yahoo, reviewed this also, who said that neither the plans nor the statement of facts state the lot area of the subject premises. The PCE floor area should also be broken down by how much is on each floor, on whichever floor, and what portions of the PCE that entails. In other words, I guess lobby area or something like that, if it's not the entirety of the PCE. Also, as you say, the open violations issue. Okay, and then, sorry, I left that out before. Commissioner Shabeta?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. No, nothing further from me.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Shonda?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think this is a former movie theater that has been converted, so I don't think it has any residential use. I remember going to this movie theater, so I don't recall it having any apartments above. But yes, those should be specified in the statement of findings.
Right. You should always know what's the building so that we know what the adjacent uses are. There may be no adjacent uses, but we should know that. Thank you. And Tracy, go ahead.
Yeah, the applicant should also submit a new type 2 memo because the submitted memo appears incorrect for a PCE. It's not the one we normally get.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. I think
We're done with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Next item is item number 31, 2020-29 BZ 14665 Springfield Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. Sorry. Just 1 second. I want to make sure I'm in the right place. Yes. Okay. We have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. Community board recommends approval. We have 1 letter in support. A 2019 parking study shows parking demand exceeds on-site supply by 55 employee cars, relying entirely on the street system. This board normally requires demand to be met on site, so that should be kept in mind as we review the application. I beg the applicant, please, and I shouldn't have to ask this applicant because it appears so regularly before us, to proofread the statement of facts and correct it, proofread. So note the difference. And also, there's a confusion over lot 6 versus lot 4. The application materials sort of jump around about this discussion. please clarify that discussion. And once you've decided on it being lot, I believe it's become lot 6, you can refer to it as former lot 4 and 6 or something like that, but don't jump around all over the place. It's very hard to keep track of the lots. Also, just as a little spelling, please look up online the difference in usage between the word affect with an A and effect with an E. Improperly used by many people, but shouldn't be improperly used by lawyers who write for a living. Okay. The site is a great example of the need for an effort that BSA has been pursuing for a while in concert with its relatively new compliance officer compliance division, ears perking up, Mr. Ricketts, to notify owners of the expiration of their approvals in time to prevent these repeated lapses, and the need to apply for a new variance because of the lapses as opposed to an extension. I just to kind of let the public know, we're working slowly on setting up a program to handle this, but limited resources and so on, we're aware that there really needs to be a system to notify owners like a year before the lapse of a permit or a variance so that they're not confronted with this kind of issue, especially when it's a well-meaning, I'm not saying that that's the case here, but especially when it's a well-meaning property owner who just didn't know that the variance or the special permit had a term. As to the findings, since this is a new application, shouldn't the A finding be based on the existence of this warehouse structure and its unsuitability for use as a community facility or residential building without significant cost and effort? Although the mezzanine was built without permits, shouldn't that be considered the existing condition? Or I'm not sure, because maybe because it was built without permits. I'm not really sure what the base is, but I don't think the base should be kind of a vacant site. I don't really see why we have to look at the findings of the original grants. This is a new application. And as to the mezzanine, do we need to look at that the building as existing in 2003 was obsolete for the use? We could say that. We could say, that's a question. Should we be looking at the obsolescence of the building prior to the construction of the mezzanine, or that's a way to support the building of the mezzanine? I'm not sure. So in other words, the mezzanine renders the building functional. And then the B finding would flow from there. Although I don't see why a community facility requires construction of a new second floor. So I don't really understand that as of right. Why is there an assumption that the community facility has to have a second floor? And would require, and really it would require only some demolition at the first floor, depending on the type of community facility. You don't actually need to like blow out all the walls. Some community facilities would say, no, leave them. I need offices, and we just need this large area here for whatever, play activities. Depends on what the community facility is. Could be a community center or a school that uses the full height for gyms and auditoria. There's lots of different kinds of community facilities. So I don't understand the assumption of gutting it and adding an entire floor. And as to neighborhood character, there isn't a single mention of the site's location next to residences in a residential neighborhood. You need to go through that. You need to go through all the findings. There's a statement by the business operator from 2019 that the site cannot be buffered with landscaping or for security reasons. I really don't understand from where such a statement comes, since we haven't heard the case yet, but I also don't understand the argument. It needs to be explained. It's also confusing since the 2019 site photos show planting on the interior of the lot hidden by solid corrugated metal fencing from its neighbors. So if there's something about a fence and planting that obscures view of the site already has its view obscured by corrugated fencing. The site is directly adjacent to 4 homes and is surrounded on that side of the site by an unattractive concrete block low wall with a chain link fence with green slatting and razor wire. it's not exactly neighborhood friendly. So it needs to become neighborhood friendly. And it looks like two of the houses' rear lot lines coincide with the blank wall of the building. Meanwhile, the 147th frontage, which is more commercial in character and is the front entrance to the parking area, has a much more attractive, in fact, a really attractive open metal picket fence and landscaping. And even better, there's a really nice front lawn with attractive landscaping on Springfield facing the diagonal on-street parking. So my response to that is, sounds like an environmental justice issue to me. When you want your establishment to be out facing and look really good for commercial purposes, you do picket fencing, you do lots of nice landscaping. But when you're turning your back to residential properties that you really don't care about, you argue you can't do all of that nice stuff for security reasons. So sorry, I'm not buying any of that. Further, you cannot store the trash container near the residential property, and it has to be in an enclosure. And I'd like to know what the pickup hours are. There's also dented and broken corrugated metal along the inside of the property line that's unsightly and needs to be removed. I note that the 2004 certificate of occupancy and condition of approval indicates that the lot line walls should be finished in brick. I'd like to know if they are. That was an effort by this board to tone down the impact on the neighbors. And I note further that the 1977 variance followed an initial denial and a vote of 3-2 by the commissioners, once granted on conditions to soften the impact on the neighbors with, quote, architectural treatment on the facade and screening along the northerly portion of the lot that coincides with the residential properties in an effort to, quote, minimize the adverse effect on adjoining residential community. So it seems to me that moving forward into the future, the current conditions do exactly the opposite of what that board in 1977 directed the property owner to do. The so-called existing site plan actually doesn't look like the photos or aerial views. There is a triangular area along Springfield Lane described in the site plan as landscaped, but the aerial views show parking and street images show the block wall and the fence. So actually the survey is more accurate than the site plan, which is a little confusing because site plans are supposed to be based on site visits. Anyway, correct these. I also don't understand the point of the landscaping if it's on the parking lot side and the residents still face a prison wall and razor wire. So who's that decorative landscaping for? They need to provide also a maneuverability diagram and explain why employee parking can't be added to the site. We need also a lumen spread diagram, and those were my comments in terms of seeker. Hazmat is open. Noise and air quality is open, though the responses were sent to DEP on all of those. And waterfront is open under review. Let's see. I think we did get all of the resolutions and the BSA, the resolutions and the previously approved drawings in response to Yasarpong's comments. And I think the waiver has been properly requested, pretty sure. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. Yes, I did find the narrative with regards to finding a little confusing as to how one goes about reviewing it. As I was reviewing it, I was thinking it would be more along the line of, we have an existing building, and if we were to convert it to an as of right use, it would result in infeasibility for whatever reason, and the current building as it stands only serves, I mean, it would be infeasible because of the cost associated with it, or it's not a desirable footprint for it to be converted to a residential use. Definitely, it's not a desirable footprint for it to be converted to residential use, but and therefore, and why it is difficult to convert it to a community facility use. What are the requirements that it would not work? Some narrative to that extent. With regards to the mezzanine area is so small for a small area. I think they should try to back into why the mezzanine area is needed and why it couldn't be, and that it had to be contained in that specific area, because it seems there are some security issues and other things that is driving the placement of each one of the operation of this use. So it would be helpful if they can kind of use that as an argument as to why without that particular location, any other place it cannot be, and why it is needed. With regards to the rest of it, in terms of the neighborhood character, I am in complete agreement with you. I think it is very strange to see the nicely landscaped Springfield Boulevard and 147th Avenue, and then very beaten up corrugated metal, walls along Springfield Lane. And, talking about security camera, I mean, if there is security camera, there are ways to angle the security camera in such a way so that you cover all grounds. The beauty is you have a building, you can just mount all your security camera in a way that faces the parking area and all the exit, all the edges. So I am also concerned about the building that is not at the corner of Springfield and 147, but the building that is behind, next to the parking area, because some of the photos that were provided seem to indicate that there are trucks that are perpendicular, are standing right against that wall. And so if that is to be considered, then I think we do need to look at noise measures, similarly that we had considered for that we are considering for another project that is on Rockaway Boulevard, where I think we need to have a little bit more of a noise attenuation of walls along that house and the house along the corner of Springfield Lane and 147th Avenue, at a minimum.
Yes, good idea. So we should definitely make a note of them having to do that same kind of study, as that's a very heavy truck site, but this one arguably is too. There's a lot of coming and going right past a house.
Right.
So right adjacent to a house. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so that should be a similar review. So Tracy, if you could make a note of that for DEP review.
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you.
Also, barbed wire should be removed.
Right, well, that one's going to be right. Okay. But I think probably these days, there's lots of things that are better, that work better than barbed wire. I mean, we've gone a long way with security, and it seems like there are a lot of things that would work just as well to discourage wall climbing. So if that's what they're actually concerned about, even though that's pretty confusing because they have lovely open picket fencing facing the streets, and there's no barbed wire on top of that. And actually the pickets have little pointy tops to them. And I've seen in South America where they use cactus. That seems to work really well. So Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with both of you on the uniqueness finding. I think that going back to the original issues of the irregular lot shape, the below grade, no sewer, has been cured by the variance. And so I don't see the point of going back to that point. We have to deal with what's there now, which is a building, but we have to go back to the original building without the mezzanine and then work from there. I don't know if the building obsolescence argument might work. Really, it's not for me to decide. I just know that the current uniqueness, it doesn't really convince me, because my first answer would be, well, you've been cured. So that would be the end right there, and we wouldn't go any further. As to the character, I'm fine with this property existing here because, you know, it is in an area that's close to the airport. And while maybe the immediate block and the block to the east and the south have residential, as you go west towards the airport, the overwhelming character are warehouses and offices that deal with international shipping. So I'm really okay with this. However, I think that they could put additional landscaping in, and they need to get rid of the barbed wire, as the vice chair said, as well as the corrugated metal fence. So now that leads me to the financials. And I have a few issues with the formatting, which are kind of based on the uniqueness findings. So the site value they're using is the pre-existing one-story warehouse property, which you wouldn't use if you were actually going back to the original uniqueness finding, right? Because you would then have to show how you were going to cure it. So you actually would probably use vacant land and then build it up, and then show how the original warehouse wasn't enough to cure the hardship. But since they have the variance, they have to go with what they have. So the site value in this case is based on the pre-existing one-story warehouse. And they actually build the site value just based on comparative sales of other warehouse properties. And they adjust them fairly well. I don't have a problem with that. And they settle on a price for the building at $6.645 million. This presents a major conflict for me in the as existing scenario, because if you look at the as existing scenario, the cost of the building, the development cost, actually goes up from the site value to $7.246 million, because now they have no choice but to add in things like soft costs of commercial leasing and what else did they add in? Hold on, let me page down to commercial brokerage, real estate taxes, and those things don't make sense to add in because the building is existing already. It's leased up. We know that. So we know that they're just trying to create some fat here that really doesn't make that much sense. Then when they get to the building value, which they do by capitalizing the income, the building value drops to $5.6 million. And then they say, see, the as existing doesn't work. But because you're using the exact same building to set the site value as you do to set the overall value for the as existing, it doesn't make any sense. How could a building be worth 7.2 million and also 5.6 million? The laws of appraisal state that when you look at the different ways of valuing property, they should differ by no more than 20%. Otherwise, what makes one value more accurate than another? So this is where to me, they have their first big problem.
Okay.
Then when you go down to the construction costs, and once again, I say the as existing is existing. Therefore, why is there a tenant letter in there? Why are there real estate taxes during lease up? Why is there commercial brokerage? It's already leased. So this doesn't make sense. There's actually a tenant letter, and the soft construction costs come out to $21 a square foot, which on a large building is pretty high amount. Then the residential construction cost. The residential is an alteration. Yes, they might be demolishing some of the walls and putting in fenestration, but $365 a square foot seems pretty high for an alteration. Maybe they should knock the building down and rebuild it. It would probably be less than that. Also, then the community facility, the construction costs actually are quite a bit lower at $191.27 a square foot. But then they bump that up with a tenant letter of $15 a square foot, which is actually more money than the tenant letter on the existing, and they don't differentiate why. There's no real difference in explanation. And those are my comments right now. So I think they have a way to go simply because the mezzanine is such a small addition. It's kind of hard to show why the current existing would not work. but that's their challenge, not mine. And I pass on now to.
Hey, thank you. I do have a question for you though. So with the community facility, is it reasonable to assume you gut the space and you add a floor as part of the community facility set of assumptions in terms of expenses to get you to $190 a square foot or whatever? Like,
To be personally, they always say community facility is speculative. So if community facility is actually speculative, why would you do anything to the building if you don't even know if you're going to have a tenant? It wouldn't make sense. It would make more sense to just market the property for community facility uses. And then if a user comes along that you have that says, oh, I want to turn this into a school, or I want to turn this into medical office and I don't know, rehab or whatever, then you convert the building.
so then you give a tenant letter.
Right, exactly. And that's it. And you call it a day.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with the neighborhood character here. The only concern about the neighborhood character is the adjacency to some buildings that they seem to be residential. I'm talking about the buildings to the north and to the east. So I believe noise and lighting would be a concern for these properties. They need to look into this. The second issue I had is the parking layout. They provided, and this is P drawing P8, P-8. I did try to swallow that parking layout, but I don't think it's feasible. If you look at the Google image, the aerial image, and you count the trucks, the parking is kind of packed of trucks sitting there. If you count the spots and you count the trucks based on the conditions that exist in Google, I believe the number of available spaces is significantly less than what they are showing in P-8. So I'm asking them to, number one, give us dimensions, make that plan fully dimensioned, and number two, provide us with a maneuverability plan so we can and based on real measurements of trucks and vehicles. So this is the second thing. In their statement of facts, they are talking about employee parking on streets. I do believe that this is a concern for me, and it's an impact to the neighborhood, even if they found out that the available parking spaces on the street are more than the demand. So I need them to look into this, why we cannot secure parking spots for employee on site. But if I read through the conclusion of the parking study, although they said employee will park on street, they say given the site, and this is in the conclusion section, given the site generated demand for on-street parking spacing, the supply of on-street spaces for tenant fleet vehicles and off-street spaces for employees. This is, for me, I take this as a contradiction to their statement that employee will park on site. So I'm a little bit confused here. I need them to clarify to us at the time of the original grant, and this is because of the statement that they are making that they cannot provide landscaping around the building. Who was the tenant back in the day when the previous grant was made? And if it is the same current tenant, what did it change since then? Why they wouldn't express that concern during the previous grant? Moving to the construction cost, and if I'm confused, I hope Commissioner Brown correct me on that. If you look at the pro forma or the page after, I'm talking about page 43 of 69 of the PDF, the economic analysis. If I look at that, I look at the construction cost. It lists the construction cost for the residential and for the community facility as 8.6 million roughly and 7.8 million roughly. If I go to the construction cost tables for the residential, I just can see 2.2 million. And for the community facility, I see around 1.8 million. So I'm not sure, am I missing something here? And in addition to that, I believe the cost is kind of high. Soft to cost is kind of high as well. So they need to address these comments and explain to us how the financials is working. Or if I'm missing something, and Commissioner, if you wanna clarify to me, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ali Brown, if you want to speak to that, let's hear from Commissioner Shabeta first and then come in, okay?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I have some similar comments. I do agree with you, Commissioner Ali Brown, and the Vice Chair with regard to the A finding. I think they have to do it from the time before, as it appears before the mezzanine. I'm not convinced that it is impossible to both have effective security cameras and an effective security system, including an effective security system without having that requires not to have landscaping or something that's pleasant and more neighborly approach. I think they do have to have a much more they have to keep in mind being good neighbors, and that's gonna play a big part to what the character finding is for me. And the only other comment I had, I don't think it was mentioned. I believe that the site needs to be cleaned up a little bit. You can see from satellite photos that there's some, seems like steel and rubbish around. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Ali Brown?
So I didn't quite get the question because I was looking for the financials, but I'm looking at page 42, the hard and soft costs for the residential and the community facility, as well as the hard and soft costs on page 43, and I don't see a difference. So
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. If you look at page 43, you see where it says base construction cost, all right?
Yes.
Below the site value?
Yes.
You see 8.6 for the as of right residential conversion.
Yes.
And then for the community facility, it's 7.8 almost.
Right.
Then if you move down to page 50 and 54, let's go to page 50 first. Page 50 at the very end, this is supposed to be the total construction cost for that scenario. Am I correct? And you see at the bottom, it says 2.2 almost.
Yes.
And then if you move to page 50, this is different from what's listed on 43. And then when you go to page 54, same thing, but for the community facility, the total is 1.8.
Yes, I see that. Absolutely right. That's a question to raise. I didn't even look at those costs, actually. I just looked at the pro forma
I was lucky to look because I looked at the construction cost and I was looking at the totals here. I usually do that check. I take these numbers and check them with the numbers in the pro forma. And I saw that kind of discrepancy. So I was like, what is that?
Definitely worth raising.
And you know what? These kind of numbers, if you plug them in, probably they're gonna take the construction cost per square foot to a reasonable number.
Absolutely. We'll cut out almost 3/4 of it.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay. All right. Anything else?
Nope, thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, we can move ahead. Tony, you're muted. You're muted.
This concludes the public review session for March 9, 2021, 2 p.m. session. We'll now commence with the public hearing for March 9, 2021, 2 p.m. session. The first item up is zoning calendar continued hearing items, 2020 73 BZ 2500 Park Avenue, the Bronx.
We need, hi, it's Van. We need Stephen and Kirsten, Kevin as well. Okay, perfect. I believe we have the applicant team here. Yeah, we have the applicant team here.
Do you have everyone there?
Yeah.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on city board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay. Fan Baton from Shell and Lobel PC for the applicant. Thank you. First, I just want to thank everybody for moving this application through as quickly as possible. We attended the review session and I believe we could respond to most, if not all, of the comments. So I think one of the issues that was, one of the issues raised regarding the high school entry, we could resolve by putting that in the main entrance. So we could revise the plans to show that.
But so I want, is the administrator, school
Yes.
administrator here?
It would be Evelyn Hay.
Okay, Ms. Hay. So I know that one of the concerns was that you have separate entrances for the two schools, which I understand. I understand why that would be needed because you've got a lot of kids and there's a big age discrepancy. So it seems to me that the solution that works for the school isn't just saying, okay, everybody comes in through the front door, but to actually have two entrances that are respectful of the students. Something where you have two entrances, which is why I was talking about the use of relocating, as was recommended by Commissioner Shanda, the locker room to the floor of the gym so that you could create a separate entrance for the middle school, which I understand needs to be on that side of the building because the high school, there's more high school functions on the other side of the building, not the Park Avenue side. So I want to make sure that that the school's actual programmatic needs are being met and not just yes, in the interest of getting the board to be done with this, right? Because I want to point out one other thing. If you make changes to the project after, you'll end up being sent by DOB back to us. So because DOB will pick up modifications and then send you back. So really, you should think this through and come up with a solution that really works for both the school and responds to my significant concerns about the fire stair for the high school students.
Understood. I know that they have a staggered arrival, so they wouldn't commingle as much. I don't know if Ms. Hay wants to respond to any of that. I guess she's on mute.
Yeah,
but I know she thought it through and we could discuss it again in more detail.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I wasn't sure. I really thought about it very carefully, and we can do scattered. What is it? It's right, entrances at 7 o'clock, starting with the high school. Until 7 to 7:30, the high school, 7:30 to 8, the middle school. And so it shouldn't really, there shouldn't be a conflict as we move forward. And you're right, it is a beautiful entrance. And
Right.
so
It's a beautiful entrance and the fire stair is a horrible, if not dangerous.
I understand.
So, but what I'm curious about, because I'm pretty sure that DOT, so this is something from Mr. Williams, I'm pretty sure that DOT considered the kind of impact on the street system, whatever, based on separating the school arrivals onto those two distinct parts, right? So what you might be doing is creating an issue by saying they all come in at the same spot. So.
Here, I can, this is Kevin Williams from Equity Environmental. So yeah, I appreciate that question. So we, we brought that up actually as a way, with the staggered arrivals is something that we recommended to Ms. Hay, and she actually already had thought that was probably the way to go. As far as the traffic circulation, basically the DOT besets you with looking at all vehicles and all students, regardless of age, arriving at any time. And they basically, we've had multiple conversations with them regarding this and all the other issues that they've had. And basically the director of school safety, Ms. Heyman, has indicated that, we can't take account from a traffic perspective for plans where you have either bifurcated arrival, parents or children, pedestrians arriving at two separate entrances, because she's like, you don't know what's going to happen 10 years from now. So we have to look at the worst case condition, which is what led to the sidewalk widening request, is that you have to evaluate all of the students going through the central entry. So, and we also broached the question that you also, as always, Chair, targeted right on the width of the street. Right, because the alternative to responding to DOT's concern about the sidewalk widening, we responded architecturally. The building is designed, with the best intent, and the architects feel that it's the proper aesthetic and physical arrangement of spaces, and so we looked at said, okay, what else can we do? Well, let's try to widen and I brought this up on our last call, and DOT was all for it, because they understood the complexity of redesigning the building, shaving 5 feet off and to wedge certain things in different spaces. And of course, the architects are loath to do that, particularly at this point. God knows what complications might come from even rearranging a few things. So Occam's razor, we looked at widening the sidewalk into the right of way. And DOT said, yes, supply us with the turning movement analysis to demonstrate that will work. And so we did 5 different auto turns. And so one of the things to note here is, yes, we are, reducing a one-way travel lane to 25 curb to curve. And then you can assume, 6 to 7 feet for the width of a car. And so now we're down to a single move lane to around 19 feet, which is, fairly sizable, but we still have a turn to deal with. So we tested buses, we tested a 65-foot semi-trailer truck, we tested fire department trucks in the auto turn. They all passed the movement. Now, in terms of your question about the location of buses next to the curb, so this is a 6th through high school, there are no yellow buses. Having said that, say if there was a special event like a basketball event or something, which would have children or high school students coming from another high school where they would have a bus, that would be in the linear travel lane, not at the curve. And if you look at the auto turn, and I can show this if you want, that area is, there's no turn required at that point. And so it's very accommodating. But just to make a long story short, we're happy to have fire department look at the auto turn, make sure they're comfortable with it. We've already submitted this to DOT for their review, but all of this was the sidewalk widening part was a byproduct of our discussions with DOT.
Oh, okay. That's good. So basically, conceptually, they're okay with it as long as fire department signs off and so on.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have to look at the way DOT does things very detailed. So they'll actually run the auto turn, make sure that our inputs were correct and all of that. And I feel very comfortable because we teamed with the top engineering firm in the city on this. So we feel pretty comfortable that it's a good solution. And the other benefit of it is it slows traffic, and it also rounds the curb edge a little bit. So it would actually slow vehicles moving in to that channel. So I think that's one of the reasons why DOT actually in school safety thought it was a good thing to suggest. So.
Okay, so our anticipation is we'll get an okay on that, but we don't know.
So yeah, I mean, it's all part of the hanging chads here right now, right? So, I mean, we really do not want to do a redesign. We take the comments, we looked at all of the things that you discussed on the chevron bracing and everything, the arcade. And so this is the simplest solution and one that keeps the design intent intact. And so, yeah, you're right. It's writing on those reviews, and we feel we provided the proofs, but the end decisions with the agencies on that.
Okay, thank you. Right. Other comments, Ms. Baton?
I think there were some questions regarding a site plan that was submitted on Friday. Amber, wait, is Amber on?
I think we understand what that is.
Yeah.
So in other words, that if DOT is okay with that site plan, it should swap out the other one when you submit a full set of drawings, okay?
Correct. As for the noise attenuation on the terrace on Z10, I know that the noise studies were just recently conducted and were resubmitted to DEP. So those are under review, which is why, we're waiting to hear back from DEP on those. The on-street parking on attachment 1 for the site plan and parking, I believe those were existing and proposed restrictions. Kevin, I don't think Amber's on right now.
So my question has to do with these parking signs. I just didn't understand what they are. It says Monday, midnight, 3 a.m. Something about that. What is that?
Tony, can you let Amber Cartalian in? She didn't get added.
Okay. She's not listed.
No, she's not on.
Oh, she says, okay, so no worries. I'm sorry, Chair. I'm perfectly confident to handle.
Okay, you know what I mean? It's like there's a taxi relief stand, 1 hour limit with an arrow that points this way towards the school. And then there's these other signs that point in both directions that has a P and a line through, a diagonal line through it that looks like maybe it's a sweeper. I mean, I don't know what it is. And it says Monday, midnight to 3 a.m. Does that just mean no parking? We're cleaning the streets?
Yeah, those are existing regulations. So those are all, at the request of DOT, they've agreed to supply the school no standing zone. As far as the overnight parking regulations, those would remain and be added to the poll. So anything that's related to daytime operations of the school is I believe it's identified on the plan. But I guess, Stephen, we need to make sure on the proposed site plan that we remove anything that's no longer relevant, just for clarity. I do believe, Amber was speaking during the interim period, that one of those signs is being moved. So we just need to be, we need to be clear on the plan. So it's.
Can you be clear on the plan what the signs mean? Some are obvious. They just say, what do they mean? That one I think is just like a really bad graphic, or maybe a bad representation of a graphic that otherwise would be clear, right? I don't know. So I'm thinking it means street sweeping, no parking, but I don't actually know.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not sure. Do you have a page number on that one?
It's attachment 1 to the drawings.
It's page number 24 of the drawings. Figure 2.
Okay. Oh, yeah, on the sidewalk improvement program. So
Yeah.
we'll provide, yeah, we'll provide clarity on this. Yes, where with the cross through, this basically means no parking Monday through midnight to 3 a.m. But if we need to provide maybe an explanatory text
Yeah.
on
So
the side
a
of the
key, a
yeah,
little key, okay, that's
yep,
good.
you got it.
Okay. And then in that vein, the other part of the question was somewhere on the drawings that describes more precisely the barrier that would be proposed for the Major Deegan between the Park Avenue and the Major Deegan.
Yeah, we will supply a separate drawing clearly delineating the end and the beginning of the wall, the top and the bottom of the wall, the position and an elevation, and a spec sheet representing what the composition of the wall is planned.
Great, okay. It's just so it's clear for the record what it is that's going to prevent kids from climbing over and running home through traffic.
Yeah, it's a bit muddied on the site plan. Absolutely understood.
Okay. Then I'm just going through my notes again, Kate, just to maybe speed this up. How is that Safe Walk Home program actually working?
Yeah, so once again, Chair, so this is something that I reviewed in depth from other schools, and I spoke to Evelyn, and we acknowledged that the concept generally is about, rather than active threats, the concern of threats, and then also having a backup for that, because people are, a pair of students rather than a single student is much more subject, based on, a large comprehensive study, to be subject to a threat in a community in a bad area. But having said all of that, Evelyn, Ms. Hay has agreed that an adult program where adult staff, teachers, and other staff members would be a part of this Safe Walk program rather than other students, and that it not tied to the perception of safety, but a requirement for after school walking home through dark hours. So we will rewrite that to address your concerns, and happy to do so, and Ms. Hay is as well. So we will put that in, and that can go into the record. So we will edit our response to that and provide those details.
Okay. So it's, I have to say a lot of this has to do with, I grew up in Manhattan when it was really, really dangerous to live in Manhattan, and we couldn't go to Central Park. And when we went to Central Park, it was always accompanied by an adult, and we would leave in droves of like 20 kids with an adult. And that was like, some kind of bivouac style of actually traveling around the city. So I imagine those neighborhoods kind of like that, even if it's much safer than it was then.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. And it actually works here, because the residential neighborhood from which we're drawing student pedestrians is basically at that corner, west and north of 138 and 3rd, or east of 138 and 3rd. So, I mean, that's exactly the concept, is to have a group walk home, and that's what's been deployed in a lot of college campuses have similar types of systems. And of course, New York City is very unique in that respect, and usually such a service is only afforded, in neighborhoods that are probably more well-to-do. So I think, I think this is something the community board also will greatly appreciate, and it's one of the reasons why we kind of developed this program, was coming out of community board comments as well as your initial comment, because we got that sort of double check from them as well. They're like, this area is getting better, but do you know how bad it used to be? We need to make sure that the children are safe on the walk home. So we took that to heart, and we'll definitely add the adult component to this, the staff component. And actually that brings up the other issue that Commissioner Otley Brown brought, since I brought up the 138 and 3rd. So the thought there does follow what the chair indicated, is that it's we're building out the full recommended DOT program that was planned for that. So all of the mid-block curb where students and pedestrians can alight is available. It has all, so we're also going to build out the full tactile ADA ramps that were planned, and some of them are already deployed, and as well the bulb outs that were also recommended. So that is a very, very well designed intersection, all modern, fully controlled, fully signalized. But to add to that, the primary differentiator was not only that, because we're improving all of the entry intersections, right? The 135 and 3rd and the Park Ave and 138, but it's actually the volume of students. So even though that is a major thoroughfare, the volume of students going in the other locations, you really need to have like somebody directing traffic, right? And that was directly, Chair, kind of related to your concern that students would go along, you know, on the Park Ave and the 138 intersection, that because there are about 300 students coming there, you really needed, you know, given that volume, you might have children trying to get through a light or an intersection. You know, those are a little bit more congested as well. And so that was the point, is to staff those. And then the other canal location was directly to just to make sure that there was no interference with existing commercial operations. And so that intersection is viewed as a well-designed intersection, but also one that didn't, it was about half the trips of pedestrians going through.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then,
Okay, so what's some of the other,
so this is something I know that does not redesign or adding anything to the school, but this is like a little bonus throw out because, for one, all the commissioners love your project, love this school, delighted and thrilled that a school like this could be made available to kids who aren't rich. And so, so this idea of take a look at the site and take a look at your plans and see whether you could improve your program by building in the rear yard there where you're now stepping down. And this board could easily facilitate without any addition to time, I don't think, because we still have open environmental, so we can't close this, right? Without any addition to time, the addition of something on, say, the 2nd and 3rd floor into the rear yard, if that would help your program. It's going to obviously, it's going to make the building more expensive. So maybe, or on the other hand, it could make some aspect of the building less expensive because you're not paying for all of those roofs and all of those steps. So maybe there'd be a trade-off there. That's the architect's department. Anyway, throwing that out, you could submit to staff to Jella, for example, the proposal, if that's something that you want to entertain. And all you would need to do with that is a little description to describe the programmatic need for that additional space. That's all, right? Oh, and you'd have to go through the findings, but Kurt, is that what you just wanted to say?
Well, not just the findings, but also if there's a new objection that would be needed from DOB.
Right, that's true. But we're hoping that we could help facilitate that really quickly. Right.
Okay.
So yes, that's true. So so you would go through the findings really quickly. That's something that Ms. Batan is expert at. So 1, 2, 3, she could go through the findings simultaneously. You would just get that objection from DOB, which we could help facilitate with an email to DOB. Okay, just want to throw that out there. We love your school. We want to help facilitate a good school. Anything else? Okay, nothing else that anybody wants to add, because I actually wanted to go to fire department.
I think that's it.
Okay. Chief Daly, are you there? Someplace? Yes. Hi. There we go.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I've already contacted Captain Malloy from our city planning unit to schedule an appointment with him to review the access to the building, the 5-foot wide sidewalk. So I'm hoping to get that done this week. As for the rooftop access, there was some issue, information missing on the application form. And so now it has been resubmitted. So, but I know the plan examiner is not going to be able to do it this week. But no, I'll beg, plead, and try to expedite it. So maybe sometime late next week, we'll have an answer on the rooftop access.
Okay. But one of the things, it wasn't just the width of the sidewalk, because it was DOT who said make it 5 feet wider, and which is what they did.
Yes.
The question is about the fire trucks access.
Correct. Yes. That's
It's the size of the street, right?
right. Yeah. And that's what I'll review with Captain Malloy.
Okay, great. Okay.
You're welcome.
It seems to be a really good solution, but we don't know because we want to make sure the fire department protects the building from, yeah. And protect the building, right? Okay. All right then.
One question though. So the traffic barriers that's currently on East 135th Street, they're keeping the existing barriers there, or are they going to replace it with new?
Chief Bailey, this is Kevin Williams from Equity Environmental.
Yes.
So I think the plan, so it's a little bit complicated. The easiest solution would be to install a wall through the barrier, but we believe it's that the fencing or the wall structure needs to run inside the barrier. I don't believe that it would result in a significant obstruction in terms of the drive path, but that is something, actually a very good point, because it should be added to the site plan and to the auto turn. Even if it's just 6 inches, we should add that for your review.
Right.
So that's a good point. Yeah, I'm just discussing it with Mr. Grasso, the architect, and the easiest solution from both, logistical standpoint with, ownership of the right of way between New York State DOT and New York City DOT is to do it on the interior of the Jersey barrier and leave the Jersey barrier in place. And so that is our intent right now.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
This is a separate issue. One of the applicants saying that they can only see you on the YouTube, a picture of the chair.
What?
Nobody else speaking? I don't know if that's.
Oh, I think
something-
that's their own setting. They have to go to
Is that it? I don't know.
They have to go to the upper right-hand corner of their Zoom screen where it says view, put the arrow over that upper right-hand corner, and it says view, and then they click on gallery instead of speaker.
Or it might even be pinned, actually,
Yeah.
not speaker. It might be pinned.
They may have to hit remove pin.
I'm sure she's listening. Travis is listening probably. It's like,
Right, okay. Is that from Travis? Okay.
yeah.
Where's the pin? I haven't done that. Okay. This is so cute. The ongoing learning about Zoom or whichever thing you're on. We were recently on a conversation with some people who had no experience with Zoom and always use WebEx, and I think. And so they didn't know that the chat room is open to all, and they started having what they thought was a private chat. And it wasn't. So, okay. All right. So let's open this up to the public. I don't know if any of these people in the waiting room are interested in speaking up.
So the item we're discussing is 2020-73BZ, 2500 Park Avenue, the Bronx. This is regarding the South Bronx Charter School. So if you want to call in at 646-558-8656, Zoom webinar ID number 967-2494-4993, and the passcode is 356894. And if you're calling in, I'm sorry, *9 to raise your hand if you're in the Zoom room, and *6 to unmute if you're calling in.
There you go. So there's a bunch of people in the Zoom room. If you want to speak on this, please raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, how much time to respond? And also, I guess we need an estimate on how much time for DOT and DEP to respond to these open items?
So we're obviously in an uncomfortable situation regarding timing. I think of when, we needed this approval yesterday. But I understand that we're trying to do, and I understand that the board is trying to do everything that they can. So I don't know if I'm putting Tracy on the spot, but if she ever received an estimate of when we're getting DOT comments, I think that's been in for a couple weeks.
Yeah, the DOT, we had hoped the promise date would be next week sometime, the 18th, to give them the 30-day review since it was very extensive review. However, the air quality and noise were just submitted on Monday and today. So that could be an issue as well. So it's really.
Yeah, Tracy, that was exactly what we had just discussed. So the air quality that was submitted is not something they normally look at. That's an ambient air quality piece. I don't even know how they'll evaluate that. As far as the other air quality, the seeker air quality issues, all of those were submitted, probably many, many weeks ago, if not over that. The air toxic issue, I think all of that was resolved on our call and resubmitted. Obviously, the noise was because of 3 weeks of snow, has killed us, and we got a really good understanding and had a great call with DEP. They were super helpful, helped clarify exactly what needed to be attenuated. And it was a very complicated noise session that required a lot of facade modeling. So, I'm hoping, maybe if you can ask Tracy for an expedited review, or we could get on a call with their consultant to help truncate the review. But that is my concern as well, is that, that was just submitted, and that, I don't think anybody expected all the snow we had, but so I don't know, maybe they'll have mercy on us. But yeah, I think we're also on our side, and I don't want to speak for Fayenne necessarily, but in terms, basically, I think we can respond to all the board comments and everything we heard here in a week, and evaluate, unless of course the architect wants to reevaluate the bulk and take advantage of the suggestions of the chair on using that. But other than that, the other edits and the other materials, I think we can do as quickly as possible. So here's where we're at. Build NYC approval date. So they need a vote, right, from the board and a resolution to approve the financing for the project. And Fayenne, you can correct me. I think that the date that we wanted the early April one with them, but now I think we're the 27th. So which would mean we would need a closed hearing and a vote and then a resolution prior to that April 27th date. So that's kind of, to make a long story short. So whether it's the 27th date of March or the first session in April, and some heroic efforts from the board to help, get an approval by the 27th, that's where we're at. And then the discretionary reviews will fall where they're at. They're very complicated, so that, we don't expect them to come back and say, this is perfect, everything's lovely. They're going to have comments and we'll need to respond as quickly as possible.
Right. Okay. So what we can do is, you just stated them. I didn't put my calendar up on the screen. April 12th is the next hearing, right? Is that what it is? Right? And April 7 is the one after that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
April 26th.
Is that right, Tony? April 26th.
Yeah, the two hearings in April is April 12th. Oh, thank you, beat me. April 26th, 27th.
Okay, so let's do it like this. So April 12th, you come back to us with, we'll do it like this, where the submission is something like March 20, what's the submission deadline on?
March 24th for April 12th.
Okay, so March 24th is a Wednesday. So March 26th, we'll give you to Friday for the submissions of normal stuff, right? That gives you almost well, it's 3 weeks to submit, basically, right? Obviously, the responses from the agencies can happen anywhere up until like the 0 hour, right? As long as the response is yes. In terms of my encouragement to the architectural team, we can help facilitate rolling that out fast if that's something that you want to pursue. So I would say within the next 2 days, you should decide if that's something you want to pursue and let us know. And we'll figure out how to make that happen so that that's all before us.
I could actually speak to that a little bit.
Okay.
The rear yard, one of the biggest, there was a lot of jumping through hoops. It was a lot about mechanical equipment and staying out of the rear yard because certain things are not exceptions in the rear yard. But with regard to increasing any size of the building, the budget is such that we really don't have an option to do that. And I don't think it would significantly help the program because I think we were able to capture all the programmatic needs into the building. So at this point, I think we'd just simplify things to say that would be we would not change to build into the rear yard. Possibly we might be able to simplify the building because we did do a lot of juggling to get the mechanical equipment back there, and we have a different level of roofs in order to accommodate that. So, but even that change might not be cost effective, but we could look at that. But off the cuff, a knee-jerk reaction, I would say we probably would not take you up on your generous offer to get that variance pretty quickly. But we will look at it again and get back to you in a couple of days just to be absolutely certain.
Okay, fair. Okay. Good. Great. So we went to the public and everything. All right. Thank you very much.
Chair,
Yes.
can I ask a question? Okay, so if the next hearing is April 12th, that will give us a full review period for noise and air quality. I believe DEP would have their promise date would be April 6th. Did we still want an expedite because that would put it ahead? I mean, we have about 6 other open reviews for most of them for items in hearing. So I would need to know if we're putting this for an expedite or just keeping with the.
So let's play it out like this. So April 6th would be their non-expedited return on what's been submitted, right? So I think we need an expedite because we cannot close on April 12th unless we have final sign off from them. So if there's a turnaround and it takes you until April 6th to get a turnaround, then another 30 days, et cetera, right?
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that there are other applications. So I just want you to be aware and applicants to be aware that this might delay.
It might not work. I mean, you can only expedite so many things, right? Unless then everything becomes expedited, but all we can do is ask.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I know sometimes, Tracy, and this has been, it's always the schools, right? That's like this crazy, like 3-ring circus. Maybe we get that first review, and then if the comments are modest, they've been very willing to chat with us rather than going through the long line to review our protocol and that sort of thing. And that's why the last call was so productive and great. We just cut through weeks of going back and forth. And so maybe if we do have comments and it comes down to tweaking attenuation here or there, that we can request a follow-up call to make those adjustments. And that, because I feel comfortable, we've done all the readings, like no more field work, right? It would just be a matter of discretion in terms of the attenuation that we're imputing. So, maybe we can work with them, like if you're concerned, Tracy, about the backlog, and I understand a lot of these are our expedited reviews from equity, so I don't want to pick winners and losers, but if they're game, if Chung Chang and his team is game to submit it within 30 days, and then to tighten up the analysis or respond to any questions immediately in the next 5 days or so before our hearing, you know, equity would do whatever we'd have to do to accommodate that. So then maybe that would work with them better, is just to make sure we schedule a follow-up call with them. We could maybe do that now, like on the 7th, the day after we get the comments, right? They usually do that. They'll schedule a call and then we can follow up and kind of circumvent the normal 30-day process. So just a thought.
Okay, we'll discuss it with them.
Yeah,
See
yeah,
what
we can talk about it offline, Tracy.
Can I just add very quickly that the parking lot has been used by a moving company, and they've been using it as a garage, and at least 20 to 30 trucks have been in that space. And as much as I tried to convince them to not have any movement during the day, in the morning, in the afternoon, he refused to do that. And I think that also added to the noise that was in the study.
Yeah, Chair, that's part of the complexity of this, is we had to go through the second by second sine wave and correspond it to field notes related to the movement of vehicles. And Evelyn knows this, she was like responding to the people delivering the lifts at 6 o'clock in the morning. So that's why this is not like a paint by the numbers noise analysis, is because we had to shed on-site generated traffic from the sine wave that we submitted to DEP. And so they'll want to dig into all of that. So that's absolutely, to Evelyn's point, is it's a little bit more complicated than normal. So anyway.
Understood. Okay, understood. So maybe that's also why you should have a conversation, so that they're not surprised by the data.
Right.
You can explain better to them.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, well, okay, let's do the PC and then take a break after that one. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your participation.
Okay, the next item is item number 30, 2017-145 BC, 241 East 59th Street, Manhattan. This is Mango Anabella.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board.
Hi.
Are you by yourself, Anthony?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Mango, sorry.
That's okay.
You get too familiar with people, sorry. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record and begin.
Anthony Mango of Mango and Icovello for the applicant, Tracy Anderson Method. I reviewed the executive session and the comments made by the board, and I'll just go down those in an organized fashion, the way they were raised. With respect to the notice to the neighbors, that was provided. We submitted on February 9th for everyone within the radius diagram. I think what happened, there might have been a little confusion because my office sent two separate proof of service forms. The first one had the community board, borough president, city council, and city planning checked off, and then the copies of the notices that were sent to those parties. And then further down, there was a separate attachment that was submitted to the affected property owners and the affected tenants. But we did provide notice to the neighbors as well. Oh, you did?
I see it. We see it. Our Daryl forwarded it to us separately.
Excellent.
Okay,
And we did put a notice. It is a residential building. I'll get down to the amendment that we need to make to the statement of facts on that. So the DOI is partially done. There are 4 owners, 3 of which are overseas. One's in California. I think we got two of the affidavits back. We'll be submitting those as they come in, but they've been sent to the parties, and that's in process. FDNY, we have submitted for approval of a fire alarm system. We got the letter of objection back from Commissioner Daly, and we do need to, from Inspector Daly, and we need to resubmit plans, which the architect is aware of, and we will resubmit those. I think there was a question raised as to the cellar mezzanine space. Is it accessible? It's not part of the PCE in the sense that the public accesses it. They could. I mean, there's a doorway and a stairway, but that's for office space. There's a conference room up there as indicated on the drawings. It's for the operational staff.
So here's the question.
Yes.
If this is a new use, unless you get a waiver from the mayor's office on disability, you can't have functions that are not offered equivalently on the accessible floor. So I see, and I don't know, and the only office I see, unless there's another one, there is an office down on the first floor. I don't know whether the mayor's office would consider that an equivalent. Maybe it is. I don't really know, right? But so that's the first issue. You also have like a staff break room, a trainer room. I don't know who the shower room is for. Maybe that's for the staff. So you need to establish that there's an equivalency and on the ground floor for employees, because you can't discriminate against a disabled employee who can't go up a flight of stairs.
Right.
That's the first. And then in terms of the cellar, there's a kitchen in the cellar. What is that? It's a yoga studio.
Right.
What's a kitchen about?
Yeah, he put kitchen. It's more like a break room. There's no cooking there. I can assure you that. I mean, it's a break room. It's like a lunchroom.
Is it? It has lots of
Cabinetry.
and stuff, right?
I'm sorry, I missed that. Lots of what?
It has lots of stuff. I don't know what it is. Cabinets.
Yeah, they're cabinets. I mean, I could flesh that out more, but I know it's like a break room, like you have in an office building, in an office.
Okay, so the same holds true there. So now you have staff that can go down and make their lunches or whatever it is. It's funny because yoga studios, it's not like the teachers spend a lot of time making lunch, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, how is that accommodated for a disabled person if you're not providing access?
Got it.
Okay, you need to address that, or if you can't, go to the mayor's office.
Okay, we will.
Or if you can address it, put in a stair lift, those work great.
Right.
Okay, so, okay.
Thank you.
Staircases. I'm just one second. The staircase, the break room, I'm just looking at the two staircase options. Where are they? So, sorry. I just lost it. Where is it? Yeah, so you have a flight of stairs going down to the cellar, another one. It's a completely separate stair that goes up to the mezzanine.
Right.
I see. Okay, and that other stair does not go up to the mezzanine.
Right.
That straight run stair, right? Or it does. Yes, it does.
No, wait, it does, yes.
So you could, if it's not a fire stair, and maybe it is, you could have the straight run stair have a stair lift on it.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a fire stair, I don't think you have the width. So, and you probably don't have the width in this corridor to the cellar. It's 40, there's no dimension. It just says 44 inches minimum. It's a lot of steps. Anyway, okay, let's see what happens. All right, Daryl, did you want to say something? Daryl? Daryl. What? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. I think your speaker's off. You're not muted, but your speaker's probably off.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just for the record, for DOI, I have all four principals was sent to DOI and it was cleared. I had all the pertinent information, like so giving them a date of birth.
Sorry, couldn't hear any of that. We do have DOI.
Yes, he said that it wasn't complete. I was letting him know that it was completed, all four principals.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so it must have come in. Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right then, so I don't think there are any other issues. The submitted, yeah, so we do have the type 2 memo that needs to be modified because it's
Right.
not the right one for a PCE, right?
Right.
Um,
And I think a firm map, we need to submit a firm map.
yes, and then there's the issue of adding a note to the drawings because we don't know how to analyze the signage on the marquee. So just
Okay.
add a note to the drawing, DOB to review signage for this establishment,
Okay.
okay? Because
Yes.
that's, it's per establishment is always the rule. So establishment is actually a defined term.
Got it.
Darrell, your hand is up again.
I'll put it down.
All right. All right, then, let's go to the public.
Fire department.
Wait, is,
Sorry. Kurt, did you want to say something?
Kurt. And fire,
No,
John Daly.
Chief Daly is waving.
Ah, okay, go ahead. He's waving, public.
Sorry about that. Can they please withdraw the fire alarm application? They don't need it for the space.
Oh.
The premises has what's called a water flow switch. That's the only fire alarm devices in the building for the sprinkler system. It's our policy that we don't want to piecemeal fire alarm systems in buildings. You know, it's either all or nothing. They do not need a fire alarm for this space. One, there's 50 persons on the first floor. I think it was 3 on the cellar, and a very low number on the mezzanine. So we're below 75 persons. A fire alarm system is not required for this space.
Okay, so if they withdraw the fire alarm application, then you would remove your objection.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. So you need to show us that the application is withdrawn. You know, that would be like a little signature on biz that the application has been withdrawn. Okay.
And to remove the note on the architectural plan that the building has an existing fire alarm system. And any wording that has to do with the fire alarm system. Speaker
Thank you,
strobes, post stations, all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector.
You know what you could also do, Mr. Mango, is submit your drawings as soon as you make the changes, and we'll forward them to Chief Daly to make sure that he's happy with the way it reads now, just in case you missed some note that's still floating around that might indicate a remnant that shouldn't be there for fire systems, okay?
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, good.
Public.
Yes, public, please.
New case item number 2017-145BZ, 241 East 59th Street, Manhattan. You want to call in at 646-558-8656. Zoom webinar ID number is 967-2494-4993, and the passcode is 356894. And if you're in the Zoom room, please raise your hand by pressing *9. And if you've called in, it's *6 to unmute.
Okay, so how much time do you need to make these changes?
At least a month, 45 days.
Okay. Okay. Right, nothing is, right. I was just saying it. There's nothing other than if you had to go to the mayor's office, you'll probably need more than that. But anyway, let's see. Hopefully you won't have to do that. Okay. I don't see anyone in the waiting room. I don't think. If you're in the waiting room and you would like to speak on this application 2017-145BZ, please raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, giving them a second to do that. Okay, so then we will let you know based on this submission time of 45 days when you'll come back for the next hearing. Okay, it'll be like, that's like a month and a half, so it'll be at least 3 weeks after that. So say 2 months from now, something like that. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So it's 4:59. Let's take a 10-minute break. So much for frolicking in the springtime. Take it.
Open the door.
Let's take a 10-minute break at 5:10.
Okay.
Okay, everyone.
Okay, we're ready?
No.
No, we're not live yet, but I'm saying we're
Commissioners,
put your shade down, woman.
not have any shades is my problem.
Oh, you're like me. I put the blinds, I leave them open.
I don't have blinds. I don't own blinds.
Yeah, I hate blinds. They're nothing but dust collectors.
No, I actually hate the look of things that cover windows. So even as an architect where I did interior design, under protest, I would put window treatment, but normally I wouldn't even offer it.
I used to way back, I used to put, I'm on a lower floor, put the like plants. It was really cool. But then you get nosy neighbors who look in your window.
I don't care. I can see them. They can see me. What do I?
I'm here.
Hi.
How about that?
Okay. All right.
We're ready?
Yes.
Okay. Am I on? It's live yet?
It's live recording.
Okay, I see it. Okay, great. Okay, the next item, new case 31, the final items, 31, 2020, 29 BZ, 14665 Springfield Boulevard, Queens.
Hi, I should have a whole team on.
Tell us their names.
So I should have Barbara Cohen, Zachary Campbell, Jeff Rubin, Martin, not sure his last name right now. Rubin, Martin, Richard Hellenbrecht.
He's from the community board though, right?
Yes.
Well, he's not your team. That's public.
Okay, well, he's, I told him, well, that he could join it, whatever. He can call in after, but was discussing with
He's
him.
not
Yeah.
there anyway.
He's, okay, well, he's from the community board, correct?
I don't see Martin. Do you see Martin?
No.
Okay.
So the people that we have are Ms. Cohen, Mr. Campbell. Who else?
Zachary Campbell, Jeff Rubin.
I don't see Jeff Rubin.
Jeff Rubin's right there.
I see him.
Oh, okay, maybe on the page 2. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that we probably don't really need Martin. We have our main people so we can sort.
You want to start? Okay, raise your right hand. Everybody who's with the team, unmute, please. Thank you. Good. Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
I do.
I do.
Okay, please proceed, Ms. Folder.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. In a moment, I'm going mostly to defer to the various consultants with their various pieces, but I just wanted to say a few things first to outline. So lots 4 and lot 6 you discussed. In 2004, 2005 tax map, lot 6 and lots 4 were combined to lot 6. So it used to be 4 and 6, and now it's just 4.
Right, I understand that because I looked it up, but if you could really, really clarify your statement.
Sorry.
Around with that discussion, the way to describe it is lot 6, formerly known as 4 and 6, and you can then put in parentheses, merged in whatever you said, 2005 or whatever it was. Okay, because it's super confusing.
I would also like to remind this board or remember that in 2003, this was also a reinstatement of the variance, and the board found, and I'm reading from the resolution, that the site's history of development with non-conforming board-approved uses and evidence in the record indicating that the subject site cannot house or be converted to a viable conforming use creates an unnecessary hardship in complying strictly with the zoning resolution. And nothing has changed since then, besides the mezzanines, but that piece of it has not changed. This owner, though, and I also would like to say that this owner came to us because in 2019, this owner took over the site. That was a Joseph Morcellino case, and it wasn't this owner. So it lapsed in 2013.
Oh, can I just break in for one quick second? One thing I had forgotten to mention was for your proof of continuous use, you've got a gap between 2012 and 2016 to fill.
I will look.
I just forgot to mention that.
Okay, we did a notice, in the notice of comments, we did continuous use, but I will check again to what we provided with you. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Gave Con Ed utility bills.
Okay, and we were missing those years. And what's difficult for this owner, but Zach can speak to that, is they did take over in 2019, so they have to figure out how to backtrack there. And this is a reinstatement, so as the chair pointed out, it has a new BZ, so it's like quasi a new calendar number and a new variant. So I will have Zachary speak about the residential neighbors, because he represents the ownership team, and the site improvements that can be done for this facility. Zachary?
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Zachary Campbell. I represent WF Industrial 3, the owners of the property. Thanks, Elise. As Elise mentioned, we purchased the property in very early 2019. I'm going to start by giving you a couple of, since it's been such a short ownership period, kind of let you know what all we've done on the site and how we got to the point that we are today. As soon as we purchased the property, like we do with any property that we invest in, we incurred significant costs to improve the roof, reparge and paint the entire facade of the property, fix up any landscaping and anything that didn't look good. And you'll notice from some of the older pictures or even from the aerial views that the property looks a bit different than it does in photos taken before the summer of 2019 when that work took place. As soon as we purchased the property, we did make the realization that the former owner had let the BSA approval lapse, and of course immediately onboarded our team to solve the issue and bring the site into compliance. Part of that process was also resolving multiple violations that existed on the property, primarily things like equipment use permits and other inspections that had lapsed. At this time, we can say that we have resolved all of those violations. So that's kind of our startup process, right? So now talking a little bit about the operation of the property, which is very important. You'll hear it a lot as Barbara and Jeff, our transportation team, will talk about, is this site has been operated by Brinks Security for around 20 years now, I believe. And essentially this warehouse is used to store high valuable goods for people. It's used in conjunction with the JFK airport. So essentially airplanes land at the airport with valuable goods. The Brink trucks go to the airport, offload the goods, bring them to the secure warehouse, and that's what they do. So our level of security is heightened, but also as a major benefit to that operation, and why we really like our tenant and try to do anything to facilitate their use of the property, is every single person that works for this company is a highly trained individual. They operate this property as if it's a base. Their point is to be completely inconspicuous when you drive by the property. Aside from seeing the Brinks van itself, it's a quiet use. There's no trucks that by design are ever out in the street, because frankly they could be a target at that point in time. So everything happens behind closed doors. It's highly secure, it's highly coordinated, and it's quiet, and by means of the operation inconspicuous. That's our goal, right? So that's kind of a precursor on the operations. And now I want to touch on some of the points that the board has made, specifically with the security, landscaping, neighbors, things of that nature. So I want to say that as owners, we're flexible here, hearing certain suggestions by the board, and are obviously totally willing to take any of these into account. So as I mentioned earlier, and you'll notice from the photos that we, first of all, restored all of the landscaping on the property. And anytime that anybody goes by this property, you'll see it's green, it has flowers and trees planted. There was one small pushback, which I believe a few people brought up, which is a reluctance to, and I don't want it to be misconstrued, a reluctance to plant certain landscaping. The only request there really was from our tenant, Brinks. They requested that we didn't plant the trees taller than the fence itself directly up against the fence, because they saw it as a potential for somebody to use that as a way to hop over the fence, which that was the relief we requested. And in their place, we did plant other trees that only grow up to 5 or 6 feet. But if that were to be a major sticking point, we would certainly be willing to relook at what type of plants that we plant there. We did, in this triangle area, if you will, reinstall the curb line to ensure that our tenant wasn't parking in that required landscape area, and that we complied with the plan. So that was our intention there. As far as security, a few mentions of the barbed wire fencing. It's a reasonable request. I won't deny it. I mean, obviously, you know now the operation of the site and why it would be important to be highly secure. So it's we could work with our architecture team to look at a potential different detail there. I think somebody brought up using kind of the pointy top, like it is being used on other parts of the property instead of the barbed wire. I think it's a totally reasonable request and could be a nice way to spruce up the visual kind of impact there. I did hear a mention of metal paneling on the fence. Unless I'm mistaken, which is totally possible, there's no metal paneling. By design, the slats, if you will, are a kind of a faux planting, faux ivy type of slat with the intention of, softening the look of that. That was kind of prepared in conjunction with our neighbor on the corner, who also uses that type of screening for his own property, his own residential property. We're in close contact with him. He's a great neighbor to us, and he knows our phone lines are always open, which is why he actually was kind enough to write a letter of support for our application, which is important to note as he is probably the most impacted adjacent neighbor. In addition to that, we also are very close with our 3 other immediately adjacent neighbors. First and foremost, the neighbor who is close to our parking area. She also promised us she would write a letter of support, and we're still working on that. Unfortunately, she is elderly and isn't able to leave her primary residence. She uses this as a rental property to meet us just yet, but we do hope to get an official letter from her as well. In addition, we, as Elise mentioned, have letters of support from the local community board, civic association, Queens Chamber of Commerce, and others. And I think Rich from the community board has been so kind as to join this meeting if he was able to join and speak on our behalf, as we've had discussions with them about this application as well. And the very last thing that I will mention that's kind of in my purview is there were mentions of additional noise attenuation studies and lighting studies, all of which we are certainly willing and will provide at your request. Frankly, our current number one resource for measuring the impact of noise and lighting is just calling up our neighbors and talking to them and asking them what issues they have, how we can resolve them, and working together. And we found that that's been quite useful so far. That's what I have to say for now. And Rich, I don't know if you were able to join, but if you have anything else you could say.
Right, so no, the community board is a member of the
Okay.
public who's staying
I
with the
see.
team. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm very confused. Maybe it's the sequence of photographs that we've gotten or some is the person who prepared the plans here, is that Mr. Rubin?
No, that was Martin. I don't know if he, or
I don't see Martin.
Is Samita on the call?
Oh,
I believe
Samita.
Samita was going to join the call in
No.
Martin's stead.
Oh, Sumita, yes. Hold on a second. We're letting her in.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Zach.
Ms. Danielle, when you can hear us, please state your name. You also need to get sworn in. Please unmute yourself.
Danielle, can you unmute?
Maybe she can't hear us. Can somebody text her to unmute herself?
Yes.
So.
But I can also speak to it. I'm completely
Okay, so-
familiar with the plans and photos.
Okay, so here's the thing. So maybe because Nazar's or Kurt is so adept at pulling stuff up on the screen.
I can also, if you would like, pull up photographs on the screen.
Because I look at my computer, a different computer when I do this. It's drawing P8.
Okay, I will, hold on, Google Chrome, share. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So you'd like to go to the plans?
Plans drawing P8.
Okay, sorry. Notice. Okay.
P8 is page 13.
Okay, that's helpful.
There you go. Oh, you just passed it.
Oh, B8 or B.
P like Peter.
They're all B's. B.
P8 is page 13 in the pile.
Oh, got it.
That's it.
Yeah,
Can
this
you?
one.
Yeah. Can you zoom in on the triangle? As far as you can zoom, that's probably the screen is kind of little. Oh, maybe that's me. Okay. So I have to move it. They're on my screen. Okay. So here's the thing. The photographs that we have show that triangle on the inside of the property, not the outside of the property. And the property line seems to be going all the way to the street line. So you're talking about it being landscaped, even though aerial views show it dirt or parked in. So
I
I'm
agree.
very confused about what that is, where that is, what does it do anyone if the landscaping is on the inside of a fence of an opaque fence.
Totally understand. So Elise, if you want to go to the next attachment of your NOC filing, it's called, you have it labeled landscaping photographs with key as I talk about this. So we bought the property. If you look at a Google Earth aerial, you will see this area basically looks like it's kind of gravelled over and there's vans parked here. I believe that's what you were describing. Photo 1 on your left, by the way, is the condition now. So we reinstalled the curb that you see at the bottom of the photo in order to keep vans from going into that required landscape area. And when I say required, I mean it was shown on the previous BSA plan, so we restored it to its condition. You asked, what is the use of it? I would agree with you that it being on this side of an opaque fence doesn't really add to the buffer from the residential. Frankly, we would do whatever the board wants us to do with it. It's just, this was the condition as approved, so we at minimum wanted to bring it back to that condition and not have vans parking there, and reinstall the landscaping. And as you can see, we did choose trees, and this is the tree area that we're talking about. We did install trees that with the intention that they don't grow over 6 feet tall. So that's the area on the left, and it's
Okay, so maybe this would make it easier for you. So you have your great model that faces whatever, Springfield, and also that parking area, wherever the parking area is, the diagonal parking lot, right? Both of those enclose the site with a lovely metal picket fence. And then you've got your landscaping on the outside of it. So you don't seem to be concerned about the landscaping being on the outside with this railroad tie, whatever that's doing actually. But anyway, so I think you should do the same. You should be giving landscaping to the community on this side where the triangle is. Put your metal picket fence as close to this inside curb as you want, and give the space over to the community. So, or not to the community, it's your landscaped area, but just like you're willing to have it on Springfield, then have it open and landscaped on whatever street that is, Springfield Lane. Oh, I think it's 147th Avenue and also Springfield Boulevard. So Springfield Lane should be treated similarly. That's part of what we're reacting to. It's this like really aggressive attitude to Springfield Lane, which is the residential area. That's the first.
Right.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure, how are we gonna make sure that this triangle that is supposed to be landscape is gonna stay like that? Because I just, during the conversation, I just looked at the dated aerial images, and I see that probably since before 2010 until recently, this area was used for parking. So how do we make sure that it's not gonna be reverted back to a parking area?
I hear you, and I want to respond to both of those comments. So first, I'll start with yours, which is I agree that it had been used improperly, and frankly, I think it. I'm not going to say the previous owner didn't care, but maybe they weren't aware of their own requirements. I'm not sure. Now that we own the property, the first thing we did was install the curb, right, and made sure that. And we replaced it with dirt and parking so that our tenant didn't park in the area that wasn't required. We're open to extending that curb or putting in some more forceful barrier if that were to be a point of contention. I totally agree with you. It's difficult for you to ensure that somebody wouldn't revert that back, mostly because it's beyond a opaque fence. But and moving on to the question of, revising our fence location and adding landscape on the outside. I would work with my contracting team, my architecture team. On Springfield Lane, there's actually a retaining wall at the sidewalk. I'm not sure if I could share my screen.
Okay, do you want me to go to photos, or do you want to share your screen? Because I have more photos.
Yeah, if you have a photo showing how our wall looks to the neighborhood on Springfield.
Let's go to.
So we would have to carefully consider the detail. It would be a pretty expensive undertaking to actually relocate the 5 foot tall by 200 foot long plus retaining wall. But I'm not saying it's off the table or anything like that. But I just want to make sure.
Zach, would any of these photos work?
11.
11?
11.
Okay.
You're talking about the concrete block wall on Springfield?
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, here it is. So this makes up the edge of our property. This is on the other side of that photo number 1 with landscaping.
Okay, so it means that the soil level is right at the top of that wall, right?
Right. Yep.
So then what's so bad about that? The soil level, you take down that fence.
Okay, so you would say keep the wall but relocate the fence and
No, I
maybe
don't.
give
I
it
don't
5
think.
or 10
I
foot
don't think the
buffer.
grades are that high inside. I'm looking at if I'm looking at the entrance on Springfield Lane, and it doesn't sound that the grades inside are even close to the top of the wall.
Well, the best way to prove that and show that would be to pull up the topographic survey, Elise, if you could.
Do you remember where that?
It would probably be like page 1 of the existing proposed plans. Let me see here. If that
Did you elevate it recently? Did you do
No.
the elevation for this specific area recently?
No, it's been like that since the property was built.
I don't think that that's really a retaining wall. If you look at the
No, it's not.
neighbor's property has one too. And if that were a retaining wall, then you wouldn't see their windowsills going down lower than the level of that wall. That looks just more like a property barrier wall.
Do you mind if you give me the screen for a moment?
Okay.
Elise, take your stuff down. Okay.
It seems like that wall was placed for privacy concerns. Like
Yeah.
I think it'd make a lot
This
more
is-
sense if we're a little more softer to the neighbors. Perhaps putting like laurels or brevets if you want privacy from view, which I can understand considering the type of business you're running here. If you're going to have a wall on the inside after the gardening, I would recommend like blocking it with a privet or a laurel or something, some sort of tree like that can go along the border. It looks nice to the neighbors because as it stands now, it looks like an industrial complex. It looks like, and that's not exactly what you're looking for when you're in a residence.
Right. It looks actually like a prison.
I didn't want to use that. I didn't want to use that term again.
Understood. And we'll submit a topographic survey that does show the change in grade there. That will show that it is 3 or 4 feet higher. But again, I'll show a certified stamp survey that shows that rather than you having to take my word on it.
Okay, but even so, there's a lot of
Oh,
ways
look,
of
see, this is-
handling a level change that's not that. Yeah.
The tree there.
Yeah, I believe something was done like very recently after November 20 or right before that, because this
That's
is
the photo
November
1, yeah.
20. And if I go to just April 2019, you see like trucks parking on that triangle.
No, that's true. What we did is when we got the property in 2019, it looked like this, what we're seeing on the screen. Trucks were parked here. They were using it as basically an extension of their parking lot. And the curb had been like ripped out so that they could drive up there. So what we did, we absolutely did not change the retaining wall and the fence. Definitely not. All that we did was restore that curb line and then install the landscaping. So when you see the difference that was made in 2019, it's simply the restoration of that curb and the installation of landscaping so that trucks, this still isn't quite new enough. Because you'll see from our pictures, there's multiple plantings there.
You're saying this curb here, the one that I'm
Yes,
pointing
yep.
to is separating grades, and the grade difference is more or less
No,
equal.
No, the other side. No, along
Yeah.
the street. He's
Right.
saying the wall is a retaining wall. I don't think it is. There is a survey, but it doesn't have site elevations on it.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't.
You're talking about this wall here?
Yes.
I'm not sure
Perhaps
if we have 4
a
feet
good visual
difference.
reference would be if Elise went back to the photo number 1, and you can kind of see that the bottom of the fence, because it's a photo from the other side, the bottom of the fence is at the landscaped area. The reason why I'm particularly familiar with this grade change is we contemplated, which we now know is not possible. The neighbor on the corner asked us if we wanted to buy their property at one point in time, which we realized wasn't allowable by zoning, and also would require us to rebuild the retaining wall. So that's when I became familiar with the grade change. But Elise, maybe if you wanted to show that photo.
Okay, well, whatever it is, the survey will tell us what it is, and it doesn't really matter whether there's a retaining wall. You can't treat the border of your property like you're housing a prison, because you don't treat it like a prison on 147th Avenue. So this argument about opacity and security is not consistent, because there doesn't seem to be a need for it on 147th Avenue. So,
okay.
Okay. All right. So let's move on to, so I think, I'm hoping you're getting the message that we can't have an aggressive neighborhood response, including adjacent neighbors. There needs to be landscaping, appropriate residential fencing, which you standardized with your metal picket. And there needs to be landscaping all along. And whether or not you have a nice letter from the neighbors doesn't mean that we're not trying to protect the neighbors more than they realize they can be protected, which is what we're learning. Neighbors don't realize that they have a voice, and they think that the big corporation is the one who wins, and they just have to assent. So we're trying to improve their lives. And my adage is always, you live next door, imagine living next door to this.
Absolutely, that makes sense.
Okay, so let's move on. I think the biggest issue is, and I think Elise raised an interesting point, what's the difference between a reinstatement and a new variance, right? This is a reinstatement of a variance that expired almost 10 years ago. It's really 8 years ago. We're looking currently at a variance that expired 12 years ago. So that's my question generally, and I'm not sure I know the answer off the top of my head. Commissioner Ollie Brown may have more experience with the subtle differences, or counsel, but we're saying it's a new variance. You need to go back and look at all the findings and treat it as an obsolete building, essentially. We don't really want to look at the findings that talk about whether the site slope or the subterranean conditions and all of that. So it's actually a question. And which none of us have to answer right now, but.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Because we potentially could have filed as an SOC, but that would have given us till 2023. You know?
In terms of, because you would have gotten your 10-year extension back then. Yes. Maybe.
Maybe. So it was something we had to consider when we came before your board.
So, but that's the thing. So it's not filed. Where's Carlo in this story? It's not filed as new application. I mean, it's not filed as a reinstatement. It's filed as a new application. So as a result, we're looking at it as a new application. Therefore, you have to look at it as this obsolete building, right?
I mean, that personally makes sense to me, because it's no longer a reinstatement. If it was a reinstatement, you could just re-say what you said before, and then just say, and we've been in use for this much time. And so therefore, because we've been actively using the property, can we just really pick up where we left off and just continue the variance and go back in time? So it might not, might mean more money, because like you said, it would only cover you till 2023, and you'd have to be back there again, but it might actually be easier for you to make that finding than to completely start from scratch, because now you no longer have those original issues. Those are gone.
Okay. And what I brought up from the 2003, they called it a reinstatement, but they also got a new BZ number, a new calendar number. So it was a similar situation, and it had also been expired.
But they applied specifically for a reinstatement, and they actually probably asked for a waiver so that they could file as a reinstatement. That's a specific application. So that's why we're reviewing this as a new application, because that's how it was submitted to us,
Okay.
right?
It seemed like because they got it from that year too. They applied in 2003 with a new calendar number, and they got 10 years from the time they applied.
Right, but I also have to say, that was a couple of boards ago, 2003. And I really think that standards have definitely tightened since that point in time. I can't speak to it. I wasn't there in 2003, but I would say it's not the same board, and we don't have the same standards, so to speak. I think it's more difficult now to come in as a new variance and claim past issues.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Just because you read it and just reading it, it's not making sense.
Mm-hmm.
How could you say a regular lot shape below legal grade requiring landfill and special foundations are still a problem? You corrected it already.
Right.
You got a variance and you built a building that's been a profitable building.
Yeah, and the 2003 didn't necessarily mention that. It looked at the history of the use, and that was kind of where it took that from. So there's like a paragraph, that's all I have to go by, because it's the resolution that I have to go by. It says, whereas it was been a non-conform, because this has been in use as a warehouse type building since 1977, which is 40 years.
But I think to Commissioner Ali Brown's point is we're reading an application for sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's telling us all these terrible things about the site. And then you're looking at the site and it's completely improved. It's got landscaping, it's got fencing, it's got cars parked in it. So it's not an irregular site. It's not developed. It's not suffering. It's obviously doing a nice job right now, right? But still, it needs this waiver because it's got a use that's not permitted in the district.
Yeah, it's not legal.
Right? So I think the obsolete building argument is the best. And by the way, this mezzanine subject would have been hard as a reinstatement because you got the minimum variance necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure what the argument is for the mezzanine now, other than some kind of obsolescence argument.
And for that, you probably can look at that Bronx case of the catering hall that was on the SOC calendar for guidance.
Right. The one we just did, Commissioner?
Yeah, because that basically talks about how the building was obsolete for the use as a catering hall.
Okay.
That's 82685BZ, Elise.
What number again? Say it one more time. Sorry.
I think it's 82685BZ.
Thank you very much. So I think this conversation ties into maybe a discussion with Barbara about how she should be looking at financials.
So Elisa, I was on the Bronxdale Avenue case, and I was thinking about that, and it was about the use and how it operated and how space needed to be reconfigured to meet the tenant requirements. One of the things I would just also want to give a little context about this district, this cargo related district, which is the off airport district that provides the customs, all the logistics, all the sort of silent hands that work to make sure that we have the stuff on the shelf when we go into the store. I know it well because I was the consultant that created the business improvement district for this area. And the tenants that are there and are very, very specific. They're there for a reason. And the issue of security is paramount for every single building and tenant because they're very highly regulated through the TSA and all the other agencies in terms of how cargo is handled. So the tenant pool for this district is very, very defined. And in terms of this tenant at this site and the function of the mezzanine, for example, plays an important part because it takes many of the ground floor activities that really don't need to be ground floor and frees up that ground floor space that is so important in the logistics and the cargo related business. So that just this district is very, very special. And the location of this property is at the edge of the district in the transition towards the residential uses and is much more flexible, and it's there's a lot more space, and the parking and some of the other issues that you can hear about the district in other parts of the district where the 53-foot trucks and parking and it's just amazing how they even get anything done. But anyway, this location has a different experience than some of the others that really are challenged in the M1 zone. Okay, in terms of the financials, I got to tell you that construction cost numbers, those two numbers that Commissioner Shita identified, I don't know where in the world they came from. I looked in the prior files, and my pro formas say all the right numbers. So I have no explanation for that. But the bottom line doesn't change. Those scenarios still struggle. As far as the site value,
sorry, which numbers are like
so
you don't know about it?
Right. So you had pointed to the pro forma statement and had pointed to the 8.6 million associated with the residential and 7.7 million construction costs, space construction costs associated with the community facility conversion. When in the appendix where the construction costs are, they're much less and totally different numbers. And when I go to my pro forma to say, well, what do I have? And it should be 2.19 million and 1.82 million. So I tell you, I don't have an explanation for where or what, or but the bottom line is still that these two scenarios are not a feasible.
It's supposed to be 2.1. You're saying it's supposed to be the two lower numbers. Is that what you're saying?
So if you go down to the to where the actual construction costs and the appendix are, and you go past the pro forma to where the
Hold on. Yeah, 253, page 53 maybe.
Yeah.
No, I saw it on 53. Is that the correct number, not the number on?
The 1.823804, that's correct. That's what the cost estimator provided. Why it's showing up in that spot, I just don't know. I thought maybe
8.6 and 7.6.
Right, so the 8.6 should be, is wrong. But the bottom line is that it doesn't all make anything more feasible or whatever. Look, the residential, you have to reconfigure the whole building and do what you have to do to take an existing building and redo it. The community facility, same thing. You're getting to the FAR 1. You're doing what you can and adding the floor to make it a marketable building. Now, in terms of approach,
you do that. No, because to go back to what Commissioner Otley Brown and I were talking about, this is a one-story building that's got very high ceilings, right?
Right.
You know what the community facility is. Let's say it's a sports facility. It's like a community center where they would love to have such high ceilings. We've had that where it's like basketball clubs and climbing gyms and all that stuff. So they wouldn't want to add another floor in there, right? And they might really like, and the climbing gym's a great example because they also like outdoor space. So there you've got all that open outdoor space where they might want to put something and it qualifies as community center. So maybe, let's just say.
It's interesting that you talked about that because one of the earlier plans of the community facility scenario did actually have a gym and had sort of really specified a particular community facility and had provided interior layout that reflected that specific choice. And I actually said, well, who's to say that's who you're gonna get? And that to do, just as best you know, to be more generic as you could. So we actually made it a little more generic because who's to say you're building for a particular use.
But that was the point that we were talking about before, where Commissioner Otley Brown suggested you just deliver the site as is because you don't know who the community facility is. And then you give them a work letter, however that's calculated, and that's your number. And you do no work inside because you could be doing all the wrong things for the tenant.
That's true. Although in terms of the scenario, you do, I guess they could do nothing and assign some sort of tenant letter, although I wouldn't know totally exactly how much. If it's more of a school, then it's got to be higher. If it's, so, I can sort of make something up to not tie it to a specific tenant, knowing that it can be more for certain tenants and less for others.
So I guess that's a question I do have. Let's use real market world conditions, right? We actually often see this with buildings where the landlord is taking the opportunity of, wow, I can have a school here and therefore more FAR and all of that. But the landlord's basically just trying to rent his building, right? And so, but there's a limit to how much the landlord is willing to put into it. We often get schools where the schools in doing their comparative analysis of the available sites say, this was a great site, but the landlord wasn't willing to pay for construction, right? So, but on the other hand, this site, the landlord was willing to pay for some of the construction, so it offset our costs, right? There must be some kind of market standard where the landlord says, I'll give a work letter that's this much, but that I'm not going any higher than that because otherwise I don't make any money on this site, right? Or I have to finance too much of it because I'm getting it back in rent ultimately, right? So there must be a limit to how much you're going to get back in rent and how much the landlord is willing to say, I'm paying for this, so you take my space.
Yeah,
I don't know whose decision it was to put in an as-of-right community facility conversion and enlargement. But I would just have to say, when looking at it, most of the time we don't ask for this simply because community facilities that aren't attached to big institutional uses don't make sense for a developer to develop. A developer isn't going to go, oh, I want to convert this into a community facility, and then I want to search for the next 10 years for the right person to take it over. They're not even going to waste their time. So to double your space and then have to worry about leasing 52,000 square feet, it just doesn't make sense. I would almost drop that one and just go with the as-of-right residential conversion, because that would be probably something that would more likely appeal to somebody, although I'm not even thinking it's going to appeal to somebody anyway, but still, it's more likely that that scenario would happen, I think.
No, I think that's very reasonable, but typically we try to do all the scenarios as best can be done, but we always say, look, if you don't have a tenant in hand for a community facility, you're certainly not going to do spec work. So that's fine. So that we can get rid of that scenario and get back to the others. Now I just also wanted to clarify again, just sort of the approach. We always and we actually speaking of site values, we actually have an appraisal that from a real appraiser that has it at 6.5 to 7.1 million, which is in the ballpark of where I come in with the comparable sales, which is how we typically do it. And it's the assumption that even though there's a tenant in place right now, that you're buying this building, you're then renting it out based on the lease comps and, making all the other assumptions. If it's.
So we had this issue, I raised the same issue on Eastchester Road, which was to try and get rid of as much of those soft costs like leasing and taxes that we know you're not incurring, and to try and make the case based on your cap rate, if you're going to have to, in terms of your as is versus your added space.
Right. And so in terms of rents, but we're not supposed to use existing rents, or can we? How much sort of reality?
No, I'm saying use it based on use the cap rate as a way to talk about your relative risk in sticking with the as is, which is obsolete for this type of industry, versus your proposed.
Gotcha.
That's what I was saying, because that to me just made it simpler, crisper, more easily understandable. You make your point. Boom, boom, boom.
Right. No, because that is the point. It's the mezzanine it's not about the square footage. It's about the functionality and how it relates to the tenants for the building and for that you have for this district. Okay, got it. What else?
If you're done, I think that traffic is the next big issue we have to address. So Jeff.
So that's, sure.
Your hour. Good luck.
Right, thank you. Jeff Rubin, from a planner with Philip Habib and Associates. And if I may just re-characterize the topic, I would say it's parking more so than traffic.
Correct.
Right, so I think there were some questions a little bit about the demand and also about the supply. So I wanted to first address the question of demand. And I think I will apologize that the memos could have been a little clearer about the extent of the parking demand. There are 55 employees approximately of the Brinks facility. And at one point the memo says, as a worst case, all of them what would happen if we had 55 cars here. But in reality, as we sometimes do in these kind of analyses, we actually say, well, 55 is an unrealistic worst case. And I think our memo was a little unclear about this point. But in fact, you have approximately 80% of the workers driving to work. And based on census data for this area, you would expect about 1.23 average vehicle occupancy rate. So we include that information in our report, but we don't then take the next step of explaining that if you have 55 employees, 80% of them drive, 1.23 vehicle occupancy rate, that actually ends up with a peak vehicle parking demand of about 36 vehicles. So we're drilling down a little bit on our demand and saying we think that the actual demand on a day-to-day basis is about 36 vehicles. The next question is the question about where to—
Before you do that, I'm a little confused. Is that in
Yes.
the materials that you submitted, or are you changing your position?
No, I was going to say, we have two different parking memos. It's that information is there, but it's sort of not as neatly organized as I just gave it to you. So I think what we should do probably is revise our memos just to be clearer. So like I said, if all that information was there, it's just not presented as crisply as I just did. May I move on to supply?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On the question of supply, I heard what you said earlier, that it is generally the policy of the board that projects should accommodate their demand on site. And obviously that is not what the applicant here is proposing. They're proposing that they have their fleet vehicles use the on-site lot to keep those off the street, and that their employees park on on-street parking spaces. And here I can only sort of ask the board whether this might be a case where it would be appropriate to entertain the idea of off-street parking, because there is sort of, I won't use the word unique, but I would say an unusual situation here, a fortuitous situation where you have 44 angled parking spaces that are provided on Springfield Boulevard, just by good luck, directly in front of the site. And our parking surveys of this area show that these parking spaces do not get overutilized either at 2 p.m. in the afternoon on a weekday or at 6:30 at night. And the final point I'll make about the question about supply is and we can further document this for you if you like, but the residences in this area, if you look around the area, and we can document this, as I say, generally speaking, most of the residences have driveways, some have garages. And so it seems that this is an area where people have the ability, when I say people, I should say residents of the area, to accommodate their own parking demand on their own properties because they have driveways. And therefore, based on our survey results and based on the presence of 44 parking spaces immediately in front of the site, plus some other parking spaces in the surrounding blocks, that there is not sort of a competition for parking spaces between the Brinks employees and residents of the area.
Can I go back to your statement about your submission? I am looking at your April 2nd, 2020 submission of your parking study. And I'm looking at page 2 of your technical memorandum. It was submitted April 2nd. Oh, it's dated February 10th, but it was submitted April 2nd, 2020. And right there on page 3 at the top of the page, number 4, before you get into anything, it says, site generated demand for on-street parking by employee personal vehicles peaks at approximately 55 vehicles during the main shift, generally 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Saturday, while site generated on-street parking demand is low at other times. How is that not clear? So what you're telling me is you disagree with, or let's say you're backing away from a statement that you made as clear as day at page number 4 here, and we should back away with you. That is as clear as it gets, because when you tell me that a report from Philip Habib's office isn't clear, I scratch my head because I'm not used to having a report not clear from Mr. Habib's office.
Right.
Okay,
Thank you.
so that's super.
So what, if I may, what I would add is we subsequently, in a subsequent submission, we submitted a memo dated October 28th, 2020, which I think came in response to some comments on the EAS. And so the 55 vehicles was done as a sort of a worst case scenario, assuming that everybody drives to work alone. In a subsequent memo dated October 28th, 2020, I don't know the date of the submission to the BSA, but it was a travel demand forecast memo.
I don't have anything else. So then it wasn't submitted generally, it was submitted with the EAS.
Submitted with the EAS as part of the travel demand forecast. Yeah, travel demand forecast memo as part of the EAS.
So this is problematic when you what sounds like speak out of two sides of the same mouth, right? So the submission that's in the BSA review says there's a peak of 53 vehicles, whatever it was. Then there's something in the EAS that wasn't submitted in the full review. We don't know about it. Nothing, none of the cover letters, anything say, please take a look at that. We made a mistake, or we overcounted, or something like that. So yeah, I'm not happy with that. You need to be more careful. I'm not used to having to worry about what Philip Habib's office submits. I'm really not. So,
Well, I apologize. I will note in the memo that you do have on page 5 of 8, which I believe is in that memo you have in the paragraph on the last paragraph on the page where which starts with the words "for analysis purposes."
yeah.
So there is a line in there which notes that the tenant reports that approximately 20% of employees commute via transit or bicycle. And then we note, so what we're saying here is that while the 55 vehicles is a worst case scenario, but I agree with you that what we did here is we took a very worst case and then we refined this when we were asked to do it for the EAS in the subsequent memo, which I take it you don't have access to.
No, we have access, but we don't know. We need to read that also because it's going to contradict what we read in the report that's attached to the submission that is before this agency. The EAS is for the purpose of seeker. We'll read it when we don't have the information before us. But even on page 5, it says you didn't read the sentence right after the one that you just read, right? It says, tenant reports that approximately 20% of employees commute via transit or bicycle. As such, the maximum parking demand generated by employees is 55 vehicles. Twice in the same 8-page document, 55 vehicles. So forgive me if I'm a little peeved, okay? All right, so
we're going to make sure to clarify that in a cover letter and a separate letter in our submission.
And explain why you can't locate 36 cars on site.
No problem.
Right? I mean, now we're talking about an expert in parking layouts. That's Habib's office, right? Why can't you locate 36 cars on site? Or explain to us where the cars actually park. For example, there's that diagonal parking that's right in front of the building. Is that somehow, I don't know, is there like some sort of understanding that diagonal parking is actually for this use? I mean, it's quite unusual to see that kind of a parking situation. Is there something that kind of happened that said, the commercial uses that are right here now have this very unusual parking situation right off of a main road? I mean, I don't know. Somebody has to help us with this.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll get back to you with that question. We discussed this issue with the community board, but we'll go deeper because we didn't go that deep yet.
Okay.
And then we'll make sure to compare the survey with the plans. That was another question you brought up. And I think the last question you brought up was trash. So we'll address the trash enclosure. And I think that's all the issues unless you think I'm missing something.
Right. Okay. So I just want to go back to the mezzanine. Ms. Cohen was talking about the mezzanine. I tried to follow the argument about why the mezzanine takes area off the floor. And I didn't understand because there's offices on the first floor. So I actually, So I think you need to actually, I know you represent the owner, but this sounds more like you need to be in conversation directly with the operator to explain what's going on because that's very loose discussion. Right? Because I just didn't understand anything about that explanation. And I think it's partly because since you represent the landlord, without real conversations with the tenant, you're not going to really understand what that issue is, right? Unless the landlord runs Brinks, but
no. Well, they're very familiar with how Brinks operates, but I can certainly we can both certainly get more detail in terms of how they really function and why that mezzanine is important. I mean,
yeah,
right.
definitely we will, and
that's easy.
It's noted that there's also office on the first floor, but our response will say something to the tune of, here's how much office area is required to accommodate this type of warehouse, And our options are either to locate that office area on the first floor, which is most valuable as a warehouse space, and that it should be elevated above to keep as much warehouse space on the first floor open as possible.
But yeah, I remembered having these conversations. I'd have to go back.
Yeah, definitely.
And
but
because that was key. That was critical.
Sure, critical, but when you look at the floor plan, there's all of these unlabeled, broken up spaces. So it's like, why don't you have the offices there? What are all those unlabeled, broken up spaces? Unless those are all vaults, only one of them is labeled, only 2 of them are labeled vaults. I would get it if they were like all vaults. It's not like you're gonna have your office there, except if it's like in a scene in the movies, right? So, so far the statement that you can't fill up the space with offices, you've already done so. Why do you need so many offices? So, I know that the mezzanine convenience, but this was the problem that, so on the catering facility, the discussion was, you can't have a catering facility without a green room, essentially, for the bride and groom. It doesn't work. So they're not going to be able to function as a facility, right? And there was no place to put it on the ground floor because those are huge. Those are the established banquet facilities, and there's the kitchen, and there's all that stuff. And it's a little bit programmatic needs, but at the same time, it was rendering an existing building not working. Right? But that's a lot harder here because you're just talking about offices.
Well, we'll get that clarified, get the plans a little more detailed, and walk through the daily maneuvers so that it understands.
I have a quick question. If we could return to the sort of reinstatement question that we had earlier. The concern there was why this was filed as a reinstatement versus.
No, the other way around. The concern was, why was this filed as, or not why, the issue was, this was filed as a new application because the concern was that if they filed as a reinstatement, they wouldn't get an extension beyond 2023 because it would have been 10 years from the 2013 lapse. Hi, Carlo, I see your hand up. So
Okay,
that's what we discussed.
Right. So I was just referencing, they used the word reinstatement in their statement of facts and on the application form, and it was filed as a new BZ application, as you just discussed. The board's rules specify that a reinstatement is actually just for pre-1961 use grant, and under the site history here, the original grant was granted under zoning resolution section 7221 back in 1971. And then in 2003, it was not reinstated, but basically sort of reissued and extended with modifications that were necessitated by certain zoning objections. And so if there's a concern that filing it as, I'm not to use the word reinstatement, which is not the right word, as a reinstatement only gets you to 2023, the board's rules actually specify that as long as it's filed before 10 years of expiration for a post-1961 variance, that it should be filed as an amendment where the term is only specified as a condition of the board's grant. And so then my question or that I'm positing is why, or perhaps this could be analyzed under the amendment standard. And obviously that would need to show that the legalization for the mezzanine would continue to meet the board's findings, but that might sort of streamline the analysis.
Okay, so could you say which rule that is? It says filing in 10 years for post 61 or what? Is what?
It's 1-07.3 B3 2 I. So B3 2. And I can actually, I'll share that on my screen. Carlo has his hand raised.
Yes, go ahead, Carlo.
Yeah, no, Kurt actually explained it correctly. And the difference, I just want to note that the difference between a pre-61, let's say a reinstatement versus an extension of term, and a post-1961 where there is no statutory requirement of term, but a term is imposed at the discretion of the board. There's the flexibility because it's at the discretion of the board, where pre-1961 we're statutorily bound by these 10-year terms under 11-411.
Okay, so this could be filed as an amendment.
To the board's condition of term.
To
Of the board's condition.
And also just the general conditions, because it would be legalizing the mezzanine if they were able to show that it still meets the findings. And so then my understanding is under the board's analysis, it wouldn't necessarily be going back to the A finding to unpack what was originally found back in 1971, and just the demonstration would actually be that it continues to meet the findings. So I'm putting that out there as a proposal.
Okay.
And also
I
just
have a
to add to
question.
what Kurt said, it could have been that at the time, the last iteration of this, where they kind of reference like a reinstatement under a variance. I'm just not clear what the board's rules were at that time. So there may not have been a clear instruction as there is on the new rules of the board.
Right.
That would allow them. So that's why it seems a little confusing in 2003, because it's kind of referencing a variance and a reinstatement at the same time. I just don't know what the board's rules were at that time. So that might have been the only path they had.
How would the extra space be handled then?
Again, I mean, that portion of the amendment on a post-1961 variance is, again, you're revisiting the findings, and just really it's to establish that, it's really the C finding, the minimal variance finding, and potentially through an analysis of the B finding. The A finding here has been established.
So what you would do is argue that, yes, we know that originally this one-story building was the minimal variance, but in fact it isn't, and we can prove how.
Correct.
To me, that's an easier finding to meet.
Right, which is basically, I'm not sure if the banquet hall was pre-61, but that's basically what we did with the banquet hall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. That's super helpful. So I would say that Ms. Fullader, you should be speaking to Kurt and Carlo.
Will do. Sounds like a solid plan.
Yeah, beat out all the details and clean up the statement of facts so you're not confusing us by everything we read.
Okay.
Just delete that last statement of facts and provide a new one that goes through all the the findings and so on of this modified review of the rule. Carlo, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just I'm actually, while I have the whole board here, so if Kurt and I have a discussion with Ms. Fullader, and that the path is, as we've discussed, basically going back to an SOC and an amendment, we'll suggest that path procedurally. But again, just to alert Ms. Fullader, obviously the filings and stuff like that, the requests are different. We can discuss that.
And I'm happy to make amendments to the statement, to the application form, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, we can work with you on that if that's the path, as far as kind of converting this application into an SOC.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kurt, for pointing that out.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. And just to note that obviously none of this, you also need to respond to the board's comments about the substantive matters.
Right. Of course. Substantive and aesthetics and neighborhood protection matters and all of that sort of stuff. Thank you. That's super helpful. And I just want to make a comment for the record that since 2003, under the last administration, all the rules were rewritten. So it's very likely that this was clarified subsequent to 2003. Okay. Super helpful. Okay, what did we leave out? Oh, I don't know. Tracy, go ahead.
Oh, Tracy, yeah.
I just wanted to say that I couldn't, I was looking at the EAS and I also only saw the 55 number in there. So if you could look into that.
Tracy?
I didn't see anything other, yeah.
Can we also got a request because it was treated as a new variance to do a phase 2 and all this different stuff, and we submitted a plan. Can we at some point have a discussion about what to do about that if we change this to an amendment, if that changes anything?
Sure.
Yeah,
I have to think about that.
Think
Yeah.
about it and we'll have a discussion.
Okay.
Because I don't know if the filing change would also change any of our other items.
Right, I'll discuss with Carla.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right, and then so with respect to parking, is this the same use as in 2003? Yes.
It was a warehouse / brink, so it was 2 different warehouse facilities, and then subsequently, a bunch of years later, Brinks took over the whole site.
So the parking spaces that didn't change, the layout of the site didn't change, right?
No.
The parking spaces originally had been available to meet the parking requirements for this use, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And now
yes,
they don't.
and we were lucky, as Jeff said, or the community was super great, and those parking spaces in the front were put in way after the fact of that original grant with that layout. So there was even more parking.
So I think it's not a coincidence that you have that diagonal parking there. Some discussion must have gone on with somebody to get diagonal parking. It's such an unusual thing. Most of the time you see that in front of police stations, right? It's quite rare to see it just kind of like there, right? So it seems like there must have been a request placed by the then landlord or operator of this site or something like that, because it's so conveniently located right in front of their door, right? So it seems to me that all the employees are parking right there. Why don't you find out?
We will look into it. At the community board, people didn't bring up why, because that was a discussion, but didn't seem like people knew, but we'll dig into it. And if we can find an answer, we will give it.
Okay.
I think EDC did a lot of work over in that area, and so that may be where you might find.
Yeah, and I'll chime in. That will be our first place to look. But it should definitely be noted that I think it was maybe 15 years ago, sometime after the original BSA approval, Springfield Boulevard actually did not go all the way through to 147th. So that entire road where that parking exists, that wasn't a road at the time. It was just empty land. So they kind of built out this park a little bit, and they put this very wide right of way with the angled parking on one side and parallel parking on the other side, where, if you go to Google imagery from 20, 30 years ago, that entire street didn't exist.
Right. But there's usually a reason for why things get changed in a public roadway, right? So,
Agree.
Looks like an industrial complex. Look at how many cars there are lined up there. It's like very impressive. Like, why'd that happen? Okay. So DOT would probably have some historical, institutional memory, something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Anything else? We leave anything out? Let's hear from the public. I know we have Mr. Hellenbrecht maybe still awake.
Okay, this is the public hearing, public hearing on 2020-29 BZ 14665 Springfield Boulevard, Queens. If you want to call in on this case, it's 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 967-24944-993, and the passcode is 356894. If you're in the Zoom room already, raise your Zoom hand, *9. And if you called in, it's *6 to unmute.
Okay, so while we're waiting to see if anyone else calls in, Mr. Hellenbrecht, would you like to speak? Yes, we're allowing him to talk. You're permitted to.
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
If I may. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners and everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Hellenbrecht.
Good.
How are
Thank you
you,
very
sir?
much. I just wanted to report that Community Board 13 did go over this item, and back on January 25th, I believe it was, we voted unanimously to approve it. I do agree with a lot of the issues that you've brought forward tonight, particularly the barbed wire issue. But we have seen this as a big improvement overall over the past couple of years with some of the landscaping that's been done and some of the improvements to the area. So I think it looks much better than it had. And, you know, we think that it should be approved, although now I see that there's going to be a change in direction, and that's fine. With regard to the parking in the front, I was going to bring that up. Zach mentioned that 15 or some years ago, there was a major change. Previously, if you were coming southbound on Springfield Boulevard, when you got to Springfield Lane, there was a big berm that totally closed Springfield Boulevard, and you just continued driving down Springfield Lane. So as he said, that road didn't even exist. I don't remember how exactly the parallel parking came about, but I'm sure it came about as that road was being developed, and they put in the median in between and over to the park. We haven't had any complaints about too many cars over there, and I think that it's worked out fairly well the way that it is.
Okay, thank you.
So we're supportive, and we think that the neighbors are supportive. We know that there's at least one letter on file. We did ask the local civic association, and they had no objections. And at the open meeting, there were no comments negative that were brought up. I'd like to see, you know, some improvements, particularly that you pointed out. Perhaps maybe even waterproof painting the concrete walls, the retaining walls and stuff like that might make it look a little better, as well as some of the other ideas you've pointed out.
Great. Can I ask you a couple of questions? Who's this local civic association?
Springfield Rosedale Action Alliance, I think they call it. Eastern Queens Alliance as well.
Okay, and also, were you on the community board 15 years ago?
Unfortunately, yes, I was.
I know the feeling. I used to be on a community board, but it's fascinating, right? So, so my question is, does anyone there, can you find out, like maybe you weren't on the transportation committee or something like that? Can you check around and see if anyone has institutional memory about how that diagonal parking came to be, like for what reason?
I will. I'll look back and see if I can find any records. Of course, the board office has been only occupied, I think, a couple of days a week at this point, but I'll see what I can find out.
Okay, and if you can think of whom, you have a transportation committee?
We do, but most of those folks are newer. We're not around.
Okay, they don't have the memory. Okay, so it'd be more like whoever was chair 15 years ago might remember, something like that, if they're still around.
Yeah, yes, but I'm thinking that I was probably chair at the time.
I think you were, Mr. Hellenbrecht. If I remember correctly, you were at that time.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I will look back at the records and see what I can find out.
The other option is if the Springfield Rosedale Action Alliance or the Eastern Queens Alliance were around, maybe they know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. It's trying to help the applicant with an explanation that really this parking was created for this use, basically. Yes. Right? Even though it's technically not allowed, but you know, at least kind of a tacit understanding that it's for this use. Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. There are other people in the waiting room. If you would like to speak, raise your Zoom hand. And there's one person with a 201 area code who could raise their Zoom hand by pressing *6. Sorry, *9. Star 9. Stop, Tony. Okay.
Every time you make the mistake, I'll get you.
Okay, so I don't know, that person who's in the waiting, the people in the waiting room may be connected to this application because they have not raised their hands. *9 for the phone caller who would like to speak, in case you would like to speak.
It's 2020-29 BZ, and it's 14665 Springfield Boulevard. This is the Brinks Warehouse.
Right. So then, how much time to respond to these comments? You're going to have to do some major reworking of the materials. Oh, Carlo, sorry, Carlo has his hand up just a second.
Okay,
What?
sorry.
Yeah, so just process and procedure, the fun stuff. But yeah, so we like I said, we'll discuss the details with the lease and the team. This application will be converted to an SOC and all the whatever requirements, waivers, this and that. We can convert the fees from this application to the new application. This application will have to be withdrawn as a variance and the SOC filed. Obviously, we have Mr. Hellenbrecht on the phone, you know, so if there's support already of the public entities, upon filing the SOC, they could just notify the public entities to see if a letter would suffice. You know, they've already kind of contemplated this exact scenario under the variance, just we're converting it as an SOC. So just, you know, that's just really between Ms. Folder and Marjorie. Madam Chair, as far as the timing you think you need to put all of this together.
Right.
And so,
and
I don't necessarily.
Sorry, I don't know if Mr. Hellenbrecht is still there. He may not know what an SOC is. That's the typical calendar where sort of continuations of existing cases get placed, as opposed to our BZ calendar, which is traditionally for new applications, sort of. Okay.
So I was going to say, I don't think that we will take so long, but the only thing is I have to work out with Tracy is we're working on, do we do a phase 2 EAS? Do we wait for DOT to comment? So all of that information, but I think that we could have a hearing in the meantime, even if that isn't, just to have a hearing about all the items we've just discussed besides that. So that's the only thing that I think, because we have to wait obviously for DOT to opine.
Okay, that's you know, I will discuss internally and with Tracy as far as guidance on that, and you know, understand.
Do you mean DEP? Sorry, at least do you mean DEP?
I think I mean DEP, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
I got a lot of letters like in the past week or two on this application from EAS.
Yeah, we didn't felt like this rose to the level of DOT review, so.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
But why are you asking whether you need an EAS? Didn't you already file an EAS?
No, we did, but sorry, go.
I was going to say, if the variance application is withdrawn, then the EAS technically will be withdrawn as well. Now, with that being said, understanding that there are studies already in play, you know, you're reopening an older variance application. So at the board's discretion, if there are any concerns that were raised, I'm sorry, I missed a little bit of it, that we're already midstream, Tracy and I have to discuss procedurally, you know, how to move forward or stop, you know, what those reviews may be. So if the, you know, and really this is now to consider the increment, right, of the enlargement and impacts or whatever. Like I said, I don't know the nuances of, for example, DOT or DEP, but give me an opportunity to speak to Tracy, and then I can provide a little bit better guidance on that.
So,
but we can move forward with the SOC application, and that's something that Ms. Folder should reach out to me tomorrow. So, and I can also, you know, just consult with Kurt, you know, so we just make sure that we cross all the T's and dot all the I's on process.
Okay. Okay.
So, but I have a question. The EAS also assumed a very small increment, right? Because it was looking at an as of right, which is the built building. So that was the no build. The built building with whatever amount of parking for, let's just say a community facility or whatever. I'm assuming you didn't assume it as a vacant site. Not sure because I haven't checked
Hey,
what no build is. But
we got back response from DOT that looked at it as like, for instance, they wanted a phase 2. So it looked at it as a brand new thing. I don't know.
Right, traditionally, if it was a tech memo and there was no major changes, we might not have sent it to DEP for hazmat or noise or air quality. It would be something we would have assessed in a different way based on a tech memo instead of a whole new EAS.
Oh, okay.
Because we would have had a neg deck, so it would be like the old seeker number and the old. So sorry.
I see. Okay. Okay. Got it. All right. I just thought so much work has already been done that must be related to a delta of the mezzanine and a different parking situation. And that's kind of it, which you still need to do in the tech memo. So it seems like a lot of it could be, you could put a new cover over it, call it a tech memo.
And the threshold for that would probably be easier than what we already did, the tech memo.
Right, so I don't know what the no build is in the EAS, so
It's
that's
just the increment. It's what is there today versus what is being proposed.
right. That's what should be. I don't know if that's what is.
Okay, I don't want to speak on what was sent to us. I just know some really large items were sent back from DEP. So that's all I was trying.
All right. Okay, good. So what are we talking about time-wise? 2 months?
Yeah, that sounds good. Zach, do you think that's good for your side? And Barbara, it's good on my side. And Jeff?
Good. It's good for me.
Yes, so we're talking early May?
Yeah, so it's 2 months to submit. So yeah, early May to submit, and then the hearing would be sometime late May, assuming that that fits with our schedule. Okay,
Sounds good.
that's what we're doing. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Tony. You're up to you.
No more speaking? That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. This concludes the public review, the public hearing for March 9th, 2021, 2 p.m. session.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Good night, everyone.